meeting of April 28th, and we're doing this by remote. Thank you so much for adjusting to the new way of having a public meeting. If you'd like to participate in our meeting, go to santabarbaraca.gov, our website, and look at the instructions there. And when we do go to public comment, our clerk, Sarah Gorman, will have more instructions. So let's do our pledge. If we're ready for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Ms. Clerk, will you do the roll call, please?
Certainly. Councilmember Jordan.
Here.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Snedden. Here. Councilmember Friedman.
Here.
Councilmember Harmon.
Here.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Present.
Mayor Murillo.
Here. Thank you very much, Ms. Gorman. Mr. Casey, are there any other changes to the agenda besides the 2 special items that we've added?
No, Madam Mayor, we can talk about the order, or you can suggest an order about how to take those 2 special items if you like.
We will take the special items after our public comment. So we'll do our open public comment, and then we'll go to the 2 special items, which are face coverings and masks. This is related to the COVID-19 infection, and also carry-out bags. And then the second item will be our sidewalks and a possible sit-lie ordinance. So if you're calling in public comment to talk to us about Cacique Street or other issues related to sidewalks being blocked, go ahead and hold on to those comments because we'll take up those issues after open public comment. Mr. Kahlon, something from you?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Because those last 2 items you identified were not on the agenda that was posted last Thursday, the city noticed a special meeting yesterday. It would be good for you to convene the special meeting, which is the meeting at which the 2 items you described are going to be discussed. So we can run the regular and special meetings concurrently, but you should convene the special meeting.
I will convene the special meeting that was noticed yesterday, April 27th, as well as the meeting that we noticed last Thursday. Mr. Kahlon, does that suffice?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Okay, very good. So we will go to open public comment. If you had comments about face coverings or masks, or our homeless neighbors living on the streets or Cacique Street, hold on to those comments until we get to them in the special items section. So this is a public comment, your opportunity to talk to the Santa Barbara City Council about items that are not on the agenda. And we're glad that you're with us. And I'll hand it over to Sarah Gorman to talk about how you participate. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. Members of the public, you may log on to GoToWebinar using the instructions on the front page of the agenda. There is a raise your hand functionality. When we get to an item that you would like to speak on, please raise your hand. If you would like to speak on general public comment, not on any of the specific topics on today's agenda, please use the raise your hand functionality right now. Everybody will have 3 minutes to speak. There is no combining of time between different speakers. And I do see 3 speakers. When I call your name, please unmute yourself, turn down the volume of your TV, and go ahead and speak. Okay, we have 3 speakers. So 4 speakers for public comments, 3 or 4, we'll see. Anna Marie Gott, Kemi Van Dyke, and Ronald Buckley. First, Anna Marie Gott. Ms. Gott. You have 3
And
minutes.
Good afternoon, City Council. I just sent you an email and I also copied the city clerk. I don't know if she could put both of those images on the screen so everyone can see what I saw this weekend. First of all, I was quite startled when I drove down State Street and I was at the corner of State and Mason, and some people had apparently decided to order out from Finney's. And because they didn't have a table that they can sit on and, you know, have lunch, they decided to sit in the middle of the street. So we had individuals that had decided to have a picnic in a commercial loading zone. When I was talking to the people at dispatch, they were thinking that I was calling about social distancing, which I wasn't. I was calling because there were 3 people cross-legged in the middle of the street eating lunch. And they were not going to have a police officer even drive by and tell them to get out of the street. So I think we have a real disconnect with, you know, how the police officers are being dispatched for different reasons in the city. I understand that they don't want to have contact with individuals and they are trying not to go out on nuisance calls. But I think this is more than a nuisance call. It's about public safety. And these individuals were in the street. And it doesn't make any sense for a police officer not to have driven by and at least gotten them out of the street. It's not appropriate. The next photo that I had to share was a new business downtown. It's a wine bar or a restaurant. And apparently they feel that they can have, you know, it's not really outdoor patio dining, but it's dining or at least wine tasting in their establishment right now without masks, sitting at a patio table of some sort. I don't know if maybe it was just the owner that was, you know, also wine tasting and trying to serve, you know, patrons, or if these were actual customers. But there was a dog in the establishment and 2 people seated at a table drinking wine on a Saturday night as everyone else was driving up and down the street or walking by. And that's not really appropriate. And I knew that if I called the police, no one would actually do anything or say anything. But I think it's incumbent upon you to make it very clear to all business owners of what is and is not appropriate. And we should not be allowing this in the midst of a pandemic. It's basically bad behavior, and it's modeling bad behavior to everyone around town. And it's just going to incite others to also commit the same offenses. Thank you.
Very good. Do we have another speaker, Ms. Clerk?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Our next speaker is Kimmy Van Dyke. After Kimmy Van Dyke, we have Ronald Buckley and then Katie Mickey. Ms. Van Dyke, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. Nice to see you all today. My name is Kimmy Van Dyke, and I am a member of the 5G Free Santa Barbara team working on building awareness and taking action to protect our community from cumulative, invisible, man-made radiation. Our website is 5gfreesantabarbara.org, and we now have a group page on nextdoor.com. Please join us. Today, I'm here to talk about the birds and the bees. I was on nextdoor.com the other day checking in on our new group and saw a general post entitled, "Why are so many bees half dead on Summerlin Beach?" A number of people chimed in, and I was able to share some published research on the adverse effect of wireless technology and electromagnetic radiation on bees to add to the conversation. This prompted my topic for today. As we have stated in previous public comments, electromagnetic fields from power lines, cell phones, cell towers, and wireless technology, including smart meters and Wi-Fi, not only affect our human bioelectric systems 24/7, 365 days a year, causing many to have sleep problems, headaches, disease, and other symptoms, too many to list here, but also have significant impacts on the birds, bees, wildlife, and our environment. The electromagnetic radiation standards used by the Federal Communications Commission continue to be based on thermal heating, a criterion now nearly 30 years out of date and inapplicable today. Dr. Deborah Davis, founder and president of Environmental Health Trust, said, "When it comes to environmental impacts of wireless, Researchers report that exposures gravely affect the behavior and physiology of bees, reducing honey production. Because bees absorb the higher frequencies of 5G much more intensely, the future of agriculture could be imperiled. I'd love for everyone to visit the Environmental Health Trust website at ehtrust.org to help better understand the key issues, see what policies are unfolding across the world, educate yourself, read the studies, look deeper into the science, and use their tools to help take action. Their vision is a thriving world where technology is both state-of-the-art and safe for all. Their mission is to safeguard human health and the environment by empowering people with state-of-the-art information. 5G Free Santa Barbara shares this vision and mission. The need to act is urgent. While more research is necessary to understand the full impact of radio frequency radiation on bees and other insects, enough research has been performed to indicate an immediate need to reduce electromagnetic radiation exposures to protect the bee population and in turn our environment and ecosystem. As more 4G and 5G small cell wireless telecommunications facilities are installed, this will increase the invisible waves of radiation exposure and use new higher frequencies shown to be highly absorbed into insects and all living things. Scientists across the world who do not have a conflict of interest and who really truly care about our birds, bees, trees, and humanity are calling for a moratorium on 5G worldwide.
Van Dyke,
Since
thank
5G
you.
Santa Barbara continues to do so. Thank you.
Move on to the next person. Thanks for your comments.
Our next speaker is Ronald Buckley. Mr. Buckley, please go ahead. Ronald Buckley, please go ahead, unmute yourself, turn down your TV, and go ahead. We'll come back to Mr. Buckley. We have Katie Mickey. Ms. Mickey, please unmute yourself, turn down your TV, and go ahead. Katie Mickey, please go ahead.
Dear Santa Barbara City Council, over the last 5 months, 5G Free Santa Barbara has been in dialogue with you, our City Council and City Attorney, through public comment, through letters, and private meetings. We now look forward to collaborating with you in drafting and passing a protective ordinance. Our continued request on passing a moratorium stems from our observation with meters that are already installed and deployed in new small wireless telecom facilities are adding increased radiation to both commercial and residential zoning areas. This means that residents and workers who are sheltering in place are under increased radiation during their work, play, and sleep without their knowledge or consent. The human body needs to reduce its own electromagnetic pulses to less than 10 hertz during sleep in order to rebuild and repair. But instead of having an environment that supports our natural repair frequency, we've been bombarded by oscillations millions of times greater and adverse to our natural biorhythms. Take a random poll of folks who are sheltering in place, as I do daily on Zoom with students and colleagues throughout our city, and you will hear states of high anxiety, depression, digestive disturbance, insomnia, and lowered immune response. The research on the impacts of RFR indicate that these frequencies exacerbate these conditions. The FCC's safety guidelines are based on thermal effects only and for very short exposures. The non-thermal effects, which the FCC ignores, has a substantial body of peer-reviewed studies which both prove and substantiate the harms caused by non-ionizing radiation. The FCC has not and does not plan to produce one single safety study. One of the world's oldest corporate reinsurance companies, Swiss Re, began looking into 5G technology in May of 2019. They denied coverage of potential health or environmental damages from telecom systems, especially 5G, pronouncing that the technology potentiality as problematic as asbestos, the toxic fiber that bankrupted so many firms that there is a list of over 100 firms that now form the Asbestos Trust Fund, from which injured parties can seek compensation. How can we rest easy with the installation of 5G infrastructure when a firm worth $36 billion has concluded that 5G represents such a risk? And to whom can our residents seek compensation when they incur biological harms? I reiterate my request that you, our city council, pass a moratorium on small wireless telecom facilities installation until we have drafted and passed our protective ordinance. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Mickey. Next speaker, please.
Okay, we're just going to come back to Ronald Buckley. Mr. Buckley, if you wish to speak on this item, please go ahead. I don't believe he does. Mr.
Thank you.
Buckley?
It helps if you have your
Okay.
microphone plugged in, doesn't it?
All right, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, council members, I'm Ron Buckley. I've lived in Santa Barbara since 1971 and lived at my home at West Valerio since 1973. I'm semi-retired. It was a program manager in high tech for many years. That job entailed leading teams in development of new products to market. 24 years of my career involved work in datacom and telecom industries. Due to my friend Katie Mickey's involvement in the 5G Free Santa Barbara group, I have become interested in the technology and its possible harm to our residents. My point is quite simple. 5G is not the same as 4G, 3G, 2G, or 1G. 4G networks use frequencies of 6 gigahertz, but 5G uses low, medium, high, and extremely high frequencies from sub 6G to 36 gigahertz up to 300 gigahertz. 5G is millimeter based. Due to the extremely short wavelengths, it is required to have multiple towers in close proximity to our buildings, both commercial and residential, to penetrate effectively. Previous generations of wireless radiation use microwaves, which are longer, travel further, and can penetrate buildings easily. My argument for stopping this technology is simply there are no studies that show it is safe. The burden should be on the telecom industry to definitively prove it is safe before we allow it to be installed. You would not allow someone to strap a microwave oven on a pole, override the safety switch, and turn it on 24/7, would you? You have no idea what harm 5G will cause to our community. Until you do, I recommend you stop any installation of this technology. Thank you.
Anyone else, Ms. Gorman?
Madam Mayor, no further speakers on public comment.
We'll go ahead and close open public comment, and we'll go to our first special item from the special meeting agenda. So Ms. Clerk, can you read item number 1 from the special agenda?
Yes, item 1 on the special meeting agenda is modification of city emergency orders regarding face masks and carry-out bags.
So the reason this is on the agenda is that the COVID-19 infection has brought up various issues related to public health, protecting our residents, and our city council and our city administrators received many communications urging us to require face coverings or masks when people are in a congregate setting. So at the grocery store or at any essential business. So I will turn it over to City Administrator Paul Casey to fill that out a little bit for us. And I think we need to have this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. Good afternoon. As the mayor just outlined, we have before you for discussion consideration of amending the emergency order as we respond to the COVID-19 crisis. And looking at a couple of options here. One is to modify the order as it relates to the use of face coverings by workers and customers in certain essential businesses. And then on a side note, and I'll let Mr. Kalan cover this in a little bit, consider the temporary suspension of the 10-cent charge for reusable and recyclable paper carry-out bags in our municipal code based upon a recent governor's order. But I thought at first I would just talk a little bit about what a modified emergency order with regards to face coverings could look like. So if you could put up the ordinance for me just to walk through what those provisions are. So it's a little small type. I don't know if we can enlarge it just a little bit. But the first page is basically the whereases of the emergency that we're in, and that's set. Let's go to page 2, which is the substantive modifications that we're looking at. So in summary, I'll try to summarize this. So the proposal for consideration would be that face masks would be required for workers and customers of certain essential businesses. And all workers and customers would wear the face mask when in that essential business. And that business would prohibit the entry of any person who is not wearing a face covering. And the covered business could provide face masks without charge for use, or they could also sell face masks as well. This order does not expand the definition of essential businesses, but would cover the following businesses for purposes of requiring the use of a face covering: pharmacies, as well as grocery stores, produce stands, supermarkets, convenience stores, food banks, warehouse stores, certified farmers markets, and other establishments engaged in the retail sale of canned food, dry goods, fresh fruits and vegetables, water, pet food, and pet medication supply, among others. Also be required at organizations and businesses that provide food or other services to the public, hardware and building supply stores and nurseries, laundromats, dry cleaners, and laundry service providers, as well as restaurants and retail food facilities that prepare and offer food for pickup or drive-through, taxis and ride-sharing services and car rental companies and other private transportation services, and hotels and motels in their publicly accessible areas. So as the mayor outlined, this is similar to what a number of cities have adopted, trying to address where people are congregating together, where social distancing may not be able to be practiced. And so it's been advisory, especially on grocery stores and pharmacies. We've heard that a lot over the last couple of weeks. This essentially would say in the city of Santa Barbara, you do need to wear a mask when you approach those. There is a violation that it would be a misdemeanor under our municipal code. And that is the summary of the face covering side. We can pause to answer questions, or at this point, I turn it over to Mr. Kurland to talk a little bit more about the 10-cent charge provision of this as well.
Why don't we take them one at a time? So if you have questions regarding face covering, and then we'll go on to the carry-out bag issue. And remember that we'll have public comment about this most likely. So if you would just ask questions now. Mr. Jordan, you were first in line. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So Mr. Casey, I think this is a great idea and overdue. I really appreciate it in some of the places I go in where they require it. It's clear to me that some people by now are very amenable to that and others are not. And so the are not people, how are they going to get access to face masks if they're not readily available and be able to go in what is not just a truly essential service, but go in somewhere to get their groceries or go to the doctor, that kind of thing?
Madam Mayor, I can take that if Mr. Casey wants me to.
Please do, Mr. Kalan. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, this Emergency Services Director proclamation is modeled on the recent City of Los Angeles order, similar order. The order takes care to say that face masks need not be medical grade or N95, that a bandana or any cloth covering will do.
So a shawl or one of those decorative wrap things somebody in my house might wear that I don't know what the name is. Thank you, Megan. That would be within the intent of what you're saying here.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, that's correct, but reusable masks need to be cleaned, washed and sanitized daily.
Okay, very good. That's really my only concern. I recognize too, there's lots of these little grassroots groups popping up too. So, but my concern would just be particularly in people who aren't very astute at looking for something on Amazon or don't know really what we're talking about, that they have easy access to it. So thank you for that clarification.
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I had that question too about any material, and that's been answered. Religious gatherings doesn't seem to be listed. I have to say I was sort of disappointed that that was brought back in congregate settings, and should we not, if you have a comment on that about whether we can list that. And then if you could discuss, I'm really not comfortable with a misdemeanor level of this. I think it should be an education. Like if someone is not wearing a mask, we offer a mask or tell them where to get one, or educational type of infraction. If you could speak to that, if we could remove the misdemeanor, if there's will for that, but just as a question, if that's possible. And then also the consideration of religious gatherings.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, there is some litigation beginning around the impacts of emergency orders on religious gatherings. As of right now, I believe most public lawyers feel that the emergency declarations are valid even as against religious gatherings, provided that the time period is discrete, specific, and short. So I would say, ask me about the impact on religious gatherings in July or August. Today, I think we're okay.
For this ordinance, we would be okay with listing it as one of the locations. I mean, we've listed all these other places rather than just having a broad congregate setting. If we're going to be listing individual places, is there any issue with listing religious gatherings?
I don't know. I would have to look at that. I imagine there could be an issue if it were in conflict with some portion of the religious practice. So I'd be happy to take a look at that. Generally speaking, laws of uniform applicability can be applied even to religious institutions, but it does take special consideration. So if the council's interested in pursuing that, I'd be happy to research it further. I would not advise adding religious institutions to this proclamation until we've had a chance to research it.
And what would be the disadvantage of just having it be congregate settings? I'm just a little bit wondering about the listing of specific places and if that might limit us in ways inadvertently.
So in the process of drafting this over the weekend, I used the City of Los Angeles format, but tried to right size it to Santa Barbara's needs. Identifying any congregate gathering would be a little bit out of character with how we've been approaching the question of essential businesses. So this proclamation is framed around the universe of essential businesses defined by the county health officer in Order 2020-8. And we've tried to stay in that framework. So that's why the listing of those essential businesses that are covered. The county order does permit religious gatherings. Like I say, I'm happy to look at that.
Thank you.
Ms. Sneddon, I have a suggestion that we have questions from other council members. We'll have public comment. That would give Mr. Kalan or one of his attorneys over there to take a look at what the county had to say. My understanding is that they allowed religious gatherings, but in vehicles. And so if they had a reference to face coverings, we should know that now. I just don't have it off the top of my head. I read it, but so let's give that a little time.
Okay.
But did you get your questions answered in general? And then we'll go ahead then to Mr. Friedman. Thanks. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You might have just answered my question, Mr. Colon, but these would be covering essential businesses. So they wouldn't be, for instance, parks or the beaches, because you could say congregate setting, there could be that argument made for these. So the way this is tailored is specifically for essential businesses that are listed. I just want to be sure I understand that correctly.
That's exactly right.
Okay. And then the other question I had in terms of, it was kind of touched on before where you could use bandanas or anything, but how are we going to, do we have a plan to do the outreach to the community, especially in Spanish speaking community and others that we need to make sure that they understand the nuance here of all the public, and we need to get that information out, because what I would be afraid that could happen is some of the public might not have that information and they show up to go to a grocery store and they can't get into a grocery store. And until this comes into effect, I don't think the stores are going to be equipped to offer masks at this time. So how are we doing the outreach?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, I'll defer to Mr. Casey. I will say this. Mr. Casey asked me, and I did circulate this for comment by Ms. Irely, who in her role with recycling has had the outreach with most of these kinds of businesses. So I am confident that there'll be outreach.
Yes, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Friedman, we've talked a little bit just in the last day or two about what kind of outreach we do. We do have good notification for most of these businesses as we went through the plastic bag conversation. And so we've got a good contact list. And then we would use both our English and Spanish outreach efforts. We've got our bilingual outreach. We've got a bilingual email section, and Ms. Johnson and Ms. Encinas have been working pretty hard on getting information out through Radio Bronco and other avenues as well. So we will widely and broadly advertise this.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to come back to the second of Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon's questions, if I might, and that was regarding the misdemeanor violation.
Okay.
The proclamation quotes out of your existing Civil Defense Emergency Services Ordinance. That ordinance, which has been on the books for a very long time, makes violation of these orders a misdemeanor. The reason for doing that is that if Mr. Casey is going to issue this order to distinguish it from a voluntary face covering rule, there has to be some enforcement. So I would characterize it as voluntary if we don't include some kind of enforcement mechanism. And the existing ordinance allows misdemeanors, the existing civil defense and emergency service ordinances.
And if I might just chime in on that, it's certainly up to the guidance of the council about which way you want to go. Our approach throughout this pandemic has been to start heavily with education and information and get compliance. We haven't written many citations for folks in the community. We find that when we talk to them in person, we get compliance. And so that certainly would be our approach here as well.
And I've gotten some additional help from Mr. Doimus, who's been working with Mr. Aguilar on the essential business problems. I understand that the county order allows for faith-based services through streaming or other technology only.
Okay, very good. Any other questions, Mr. Friedman?
Just real quick on the misdemeanor, is there another form of a citation other than a misdemeanor that we could do? Because I have the same concerns too on both, that if we don't have some type of enforcement, someone could just say, well, it's voluntary, so they're not going to wear the mask, or a store could even say that if they wanted to. But a misdemeanor is a heavier charge. So is there another type of, I guess, stick in a way, instead of just the carrot that we could put on there other than misdemeanor?
Not easily in this instance, because the Civil Defense Emergency Services Ordinance specifies the misdemeanor penalty. This is an order coming from Mr. Casey, and he does not have independent authority to alter the penalty. The council could, but it would require an ordinance second reading and 31 days to do so. Now, keep in mind that the municipal code gives our office the authority to reduce misdemeanors to infractions in the appropriate circumstances. I certainly can't imagine a casual violation turning into a misdemeanor if it's even an infraction. The reason that we would ordinarily want to retain misdemeanor authority would be if this rule needed to be applied against a large business that was openly violating it. I could imagine circumstances where the coercive power of an infraction, which does not involve any risk of jail time, would not be sufficient with a certain business. So again, there's discretion here in the prosecutor. We can change that, but not quickly.
Thank you. That helps me there.
Okay, good discussion. We'll continue with questions and then oh, I'm sorry. I was saying that this is a good discussion and the public is hearing us talking about whether there should be a misdemeanor clause or not. So we'll hear from them. But in the meantime, let's keep up with our questions. Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will just pick up on the misdemeanor point because I have a few, I really appreciate those questions. I have just a few further. First, Mr. Klon, so if I'm understanding you correctly, we cannot say that that an infraction is the remedy for this. Our only capacity is either to say it's voluntary or it's a misdemeanor, but you have discretion within your office, charging discretion. Is that correct?
Not exactly, Councilmember Harmon. This is an order from Mr. Casey in his role as Director of Emergency Services. When he issues an order under that ordinance, he is limited by the misdemeanor remedies that are provided there. If the council wished to take independent action on this issue, we could do it by ordinance and we could create an infraction remedy. But because we're working within the construct of the emergency services framework, we're stuck with the misdemeanor for now.
Could we add a clause within this order to the effect that we are directing your office not to criminally charge? I mean, your point is well taken and we'll have discussion on that during discussion. I'm just trying to get all the facts, not necessarily preview where I will be on this. I'm just trying to understand what the options are. Could we say no discretion to charge as a misdemeanor, but any other available up to that point, or it's really that's it?
I don't believe the council can direct that. The authority that the city attorney has to change an offense from a misdemeanor to an infraction, that authority is commonly called a wobbler. And it's meant to allow the prosecutor, in this case me, who is obligated by the Constitution of the United States to do justice, not just to get the bad guys, but to do justice. It's there to give me the authority to reduce an offense when the interests of justice would warrant that. What I'm trying to say to the city council is that my office, the prosecutors in this office, would use their discretion very carefully before bringing a misdemeanor action for a face mask violation. And I can guarantee that a casual face mask violation by an individual customer is not going to result in a misdemeanor filing. We don't have the resources for that. But I would like to reserve misdemeanor power for larger organizations who might be recalcitrant or otherwise warrant that kind of prosecution.
Understood. Thank you. Further to this point, how do we expect violations of this order to be reported and enforced? Are folks supposed to call 911? I see some risk if it is punishable under criminal law that we're running into this sort of odd thing where someone might see another person not wearing a mask. Do they call you? Do they call 911? Do they take a photo? Can you be retroactively punished if someone shows a photo of you not wearing a mask in a restaurant? I mean, if there is, I hear you and totally trust that you're not going to be charging people with misdemeanors, but that I think could be a concern for folks. So how does that piece work?
Thank you, Councilmember Harmon. Those are very good questions. we're certainly not trying to create a situation where people are creating conflict with their neighbors and fellow residents. And I have every confidence that the effect of this proclamation will be to set a standard for behavior that through our own good judgment or peer pressure will lead us to behave appropriately, particularly as the next several months go on. So enforcement here, because it's a misdemeanor, if it doesn't happen in the presence of a law enforcement officer, it has to be a citizen's arrest. So the odds of arrests actually happening are very small.
Hopefully.
That's why when asked about misdemeanors, I focus on the businesses. They're, if you will, a more stationary and honestly more important cog in all of this in making sure that their workers are protected properly and that there are masks available to their customers as well.
Okay, but we're not encouraging citizens to call 911, for example, to report some individual they see at a store, correct? Just to make that clear for everyone who's watching.
I can only answer that for myself. I would encourage everyone in Santa Barbara to be mindful of the needs of other people to be protected, even if you don't feel the need to be protected yourself.
And if I might follow up on that just real quick, Councilwoman Harmon. We also have this land use phone number and email that we use for evaluating kind of essential businesses. And I could see if there was a certain business where it wasn't being observed well, we would contact the business, remind them of the order, ask them to place good visible information and help us and assist us in that way.
Great, thank you. Just a couple more. The last thing on this misdemeanor piece, in the other jurisdictions that have initiated an order like this, are those orders voluntary, or do they have misdemeanor remedies of the type we're contemplating?
Mr. Kahlon.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Harmon, Mayor Garcetti's order from April 7, revised April 16th in Los Angeles, specifies that failure to comply shall constitute a misdemeanor subject to fines and imprisonment. I hereby urge the Los Angeles Police Department and the city attorney to enforce this order.
Great, that's extremely, extremely helpful. Thank you. My final question, sorry, let me just pull up the ordinance again. In section E6, city buses, understanding that MTD is a separate entity, are they specifically excluded from this order? Do people not have to wear masks on buses, or is that just not within our jurisdiction to legislate? Can you speak about that? And what I may be misreading it because I haven't had a ton of time with this. So can you speak about city buses?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Harmon, there was no thought in that. It's a simple oversight. I haven't looked at whether we could compel it, but I think it should be there.
Okay. Yeah, I think that I've heard a lot of concern from people about that. If it is within our jurisdiction to do so, I think that if we're going to legislate about all of these other areas and businesses, it certainly makes sense that we would encourage people in a truly sort of enclosed space like a bus to do so. So if there's a will for that from my colleagues, I think it's an interesting thought.
Okay, we'll continue with questions from Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez. Go ahead.
Most of my questions, well, the questions got answered, but I would like to speak when we have discussion on this item. So
very good. We'll call on you first. So if there's no other questions, let's move on to the item about customer bags, carry out bags. And Mr. Kahlon, you have written the proposed ordinance on it. Well, it's this one item here.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Item 2. Okay, go ahead, please.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Oh,
I have
sorry.
I have to ask this question before we start this item. Mr. Kahlon, being that I work in a grocery store, do I have to recuse myself from this item?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, thank you. No, this proclamation and local emergency ordinance would apply uniformly to all stores as defined in the municipal code. So your employment with Trader Joe's is not distinguishable from the effect on any other business. So you can participate.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, the second part of this is comes out of one of the recent governor's executive orders, number 54-20. Because Santa Barbara is a city that enacted a recyclable bag ordinance before 2015, we are not subject to the state law on reusable bags for stores. As a result of that, the governor's order 5420, which suspended the 10-cent bag fee, does not apply to us. Therefore, if the council wishes to facilitate the provision of clean bags rather than recyclable or reusable bags, it needs to, or Mr. Casey needs to, suspend the part of our ordinance that made that 10-cent charge mandatory. I think the 10-cent charge in those ordinances was designed to create pressure on people financially to bring reusable bags. And that kind of pressure is not what we want right now. So it's very simple and will conform to Executive Order 5420.
Are there questions for Mr. Kahlon? Ms. Sneddon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just curious, I mean, paper bags are another option. So why this? Like if a store doesn't want to offer or charge that 10 cents, can they not just offer paper bags? I'm not sure why we're doing this part.
My understanding is that a paper bag costs a dime as well.
And are we not then changing the charge on that also?
It looks like Renee Irely has an answer. Is it, Ms. Irely, is that right?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Sneddon. Yes, the charge applies across all one-use bags, whether paper or plastic. So the governor's executive order temporarily suspends that 10-cent charge, and we would be going along with that for a limited amount of time, for 60 days.
And could we, with this ordinance, eliminate that fee for paper bags, but not for plastic bags?
That would be one option if the council wanted to go that way. But for a short amount of time, I don't know that that would be achieving the simultaneous goals of trying to protect the public and the grocery workers, or at least the perceived increased risk of using reusable bags.
So sorry, follow up. So this is protect the grocery store workers? Is that the idea behind it?
That has been the genesis of the conversation. There was concern about potential exposure from the use of reusable bags. I would add the caveat that there is no substantive information attached to that. However, the public does have that perception. There are grocery workers who also have that perception. So to ease the anxiety of the public for a short amount of time, this has been the approach taken by the state.
But paper bags presumably could offer that same protection to grocery store workers.
Yes, absolutely. And they would be they would not be subject to the 10-cent charge.
Thank you.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you. I wanted to clarify that what we're considering today is for paper bags. We're not lifting the ban on plastic bags. Do I have that correct?
Ms. Irely, go ahead.
Well, I'll defer to the city attorney if he'd like to weigh in on that.
You're muted, Ariel Kalan.
What
We
I will
can't
say why
hear
the
you.
city attorney is muted is that most of what the grocery stores are using right now for plastic bags are under the state law considered reusable, in that given how thick they are. So they would, so this would apply to them as well. But this allows those very thin plastic bags to be used in the short term in the event that there aren't a reasonable supply of the thicker plastic bags or the paper bags.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Kalan, are you hooked up? Okay. We can't hear you.
Mayor,
There, we can hear you.
now? Okay,
Yes.
I switched microphones. It may not work as well, but I'll try it. Many of the plastic, just what Ms. Irely said, many of the plastic bags are heavy enough that they're considered reusable. The ordinance says that a plastic bag that can be used a certain number of times repeatedly is a recyclable bag, a reusable bag.
Okay. I don't see anyone else with questions, so let's go to public comment on these two topics. Face coverings and carry-out bags. Ms. Gorman, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. We do have a number of speakers on this item, and if you are on the phone and you wish to speak on these items of the masks or the carry-out bags, please raise your hand within the app and we will call on you. I will list the names of people who have their hand raised at this point. We have Gail Teton Landis, Lee Heller, Margaret Lazarus, Natasha Torodovic, and Anna Marie Gott. Okay, we'll do Gail Teton Landis first. Please unmute yourself and go ahead. Ms. Teton Landis, go ahead. We will come back to her. Our next speaker is Lee Heller. Lee Heller, I will unmute you. You are still muted. Please unmute yourself and go ahead.
Madam Mayor and members of the council, thank you for your hard work and dedication and service to this community. Thank you for the leadership you showed on March 17th with the emergency proclamation that took strong action to protect us. You as a council chose to be mitigators, not contributors, to use council member formulation. You were 2 days ahead of Governor Newsom. Well done. Today, you have the opportunity to again show leadership that will both protect lives and lay the groundwork for a safer economic reopening once the governor permits. When only some people wear face coverings, they protect others but are not protected in turn. This puts the burden on employees who may wear masks all day while exposed to uncovered customers. It puts the burden on businesses who might anger a customer by refusing service when that customer will say, but it's not the law to wear one, so I must not need to. Then under this new ordinance, the business can say, I'm sorry, it is the law. In order to have safe economic practices and reopening, we are going to need systems in place that minimize the spread of disease. The county has issued guidelines about physical distancing at essential businesses, but they neglected to include face coverings. I reached out to Dr. Do Reynoso at the County Public Health Department on the issue of a face covering mandate about 2 weeks ago. Her concern at the time was the availability of coverings, something that a few of you have raised today. As the co-founder of the newly formed Santa Barbara County Mask Network, I want to assure you that those 2 weeks have been well spent addressing that concern. Network members, led by the Santa Barbara Bucket Brigade, are providing thousands of cloth masks each week to high-need and low-income residents, including the unhoused. Affordable masks are increasingly available, advertised on Facebook and Nextdoor, etc. Homemade, no-sew options are as easy as a face bandana or a dish towel and 2 rubber bands. You can watch a YouTube video of the US Surgeon General demonstrating how to make one. Any cloth covering is permitted. Our website, www.sbcmasknetwork.org, will be available as a resource for organizations and individuals looking to comply with information about access to resources and how to care for masks. Your vote today will provide the impetus for them to act in a way that protects us all and prepares us for a safer economic reopening. I do want to make a comment about enforcement. The policy is to educate first and enforce only when you find resistance. I would not delay the implementation order in order to reduce the penalty to an infraction or to fixate on punishing offenders. This is about culture change, not arrests. This is an emergency situation, so we need to act now and allow enforcement to use a wobbler with good judgment rather than trying to write the perfect order in the moment. Thank you for your attention and support.
Very good. Ms. Gorman, another speaker?
Yes, Madam Mayor and Council, our next speaker is Margaret Lazarus. After Margaret Lazarus, we'll have Natasha Torodovic and Anna Marie Gott. Ms. Lazarus, please unmute yourself and go ahead.
I just wanted to support your far-seeing efforts and tell you how important this ordinance is for people who have immune disorders and underlying conditions. Without it, they are basically going to be stuck in their homes for years because of fear of going to the grocery store or the pharmacy or places where the public congregates and using essential services. So I think that it's extremely important that you pass this ordinance. I also want to add something about other places. I'm originally from Cambridge, Massachusetts, and today they, well, I think the enforcement starts tomorrow, but they have made it a misdemeanor to be out in public without a mask. And the $300 fine, I don't know how they're going to enforce it, but it starts tomorrow. So, I mean, there are many cities around the nation with progressive people that care about public health that are doing this and are living with the misdemeanor provisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Another speaker?
Our next speaker will be Natasha Torodovic. Ms. Torodovic, please unmute yourself and go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. I would love to thank you guys for some of the work that you're doing, particularly on this mask ordinance. Since my letter to you a couple of weeks ago, I've seen some shifts around the Milpas area. More people are wearing masks. That's really encouraging. Fantastic that you're doing this ordinance. The face coverings are super important. We don't know how the whole thing is working, so the more we are protecting citizens and one another, the better. So I applaud your efforts. Thank you for doing this. I watched a city worker being berated by a unhoused person because of some of these and what this person interpreted as a draconian measure. So there are people who are not going to be complying, and I'm really optimistic by the fact that you are finding ways to educate and finding ways to enforce, because there's some people who are just absolutely resistant because they don't take this thing seriously. To add to it, at the farmers market, it's really encouraging to see that there are people who are selling masks, that they're easily available to people who want and need them. And at the same time, as I go down Milpas to get my groceries and go to the farmers market to get my groceries, I'm still witnessing people at the farmers market who are not wearing masks, who are not properly physically distancing themselves. And on our street, I don't understand why the liquor stores are considered essential, because I've witnessed numerous times customers congregating inside the liquor stores and outside, having conversations and not properly socially distanced, physically distanced, and not wearing masks. So we still have a lot of people who are still congregating, who are still not taking this seriously. It puts our entire city at risk. And I just want to applaud you for taking action on the masks, for doing what you can to slow the spread, and super appreciate what I've seen as some improvements and we need more. And thank you for taking it seriously.
Okay. Another speaker?
Our next speaker is Anna Marie Gott. Ms. Gott, please unmute yourself and go ahead.
Good afternoon. I have a question, and it really has to do with the essential workers for the city. Do they need to wear a mask out in public? I think that they do. I really do believe that everyone out in the public should be wearing a mask because you cannot socially distance while you are walking on sidewalks, and certainly not while you're having a picnic over at the Rose Garden or down at the beach with people that you don't live with. I think that it's kind of insane that we're going to go ahead and say that there is a misdemeanor that is associated with this, when the reality is that I can't even get a police officer to go, as I mentioned earlier today, to go down and tell some people to stop sitting in the middle of the street and having lunch. I think that you really need to rethink that portion of it. Maybe we can have a citizen's arrest. I would be happy to call any of those in if I knew that someone was actually going to do something. We also do not have anyone from the city who is actively patrolling any of the businesses or actually going out to educate them firsthand. The only way that we can actually get any action to be taken is by going ahead and sending an email to the city and having days later, perhaps a communication back that someone has reached out to a business about their bad behavior. So I think this portion of it really needs to be rethought, because I think that this is just, ink on paper right now. I don't believe it's actually going to result in anything. But that said, if you decide to go ahead and pass this, I would certainly recommend that you add religious facilities, to this. And I would really, actually consider starting an actual enforcement team that is going to be actively enforcing all of the orders that you in the state of California have decided to pass, because you will not be able to open up the city if you have businesses that are not following the rules. We will just continue to spread the disease, which is what is happening right now. Thank you.
Any other speakers? Ms. Clerk, did you receive an email from Nancy Black?
Yes. Madam Mayor and Council, we did receive that email and forwarded that to Mayor and Council, and will include it in the public record.
Okay. Can you summarize it here so that we
Yes, absolutely. One moment.
at least include her thoughts on the subject? And so,
Yes, Ms. Black is a Santa Barbara resident who's at high risk for COVID. Seven of her family members in Spain are recuperating from it now, and her husband's brother almost died. She'd be grateful for a mask ordinance that required people to wear masks in public. It's a life and death concern. That's the text of her email.
okay, thank you very much. We'll close public comment.
Madam,
oh, go ahead.
I apologize. We do have one additional speaker on this item.
Thanks. Go ahead.
And that is Gail Teton Landis. Ms. Teton Landis, please unmute yourself and go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Dear Madam Mayor and City Council members, I just want to add in that I support the mandated mask usage in congregate settings. I think this is a necessary step to get businesses open while keeping everyone safe. As someone in a risk category, I can only express that I get concerned every time I'm in a grocery store and there is someone nearby who's not wearing a mask. I also want to say that I support your efforts to educate the public. It's a difficult task to move a whole city, and I believe that there'll be more and more access to masks in the future. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else from the public? Ms. Gorman?
Madam Mayor, I'm just going to confirm with Nicholas Jacobs that he was having some issues. I'm unclear if he was on this item. Mr. Jacobs, if you did wish to speak on the masks and bags item, please go ahead. If not, you can let us know. You'll be speaking later.
I'll be speaking later. Thanks.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, that's the last of the public comment on this item.
We'll close public comment on this item. And Mr. Kalan, you have some closing thoughts before we deliberate?
Just a quick follow-up, Madam Mayor. I'm trusting you can hear me. Good. I have the county health officer order. Faith-based services may be provided through streaming or technology or outdoors with people inside a motor vehicle, so drive-in theaters. So extending the mask requirement to religious services would be inconsistent right now because face-to-face religious gatherings are not considered essential under the county order. Thank you.
The other thing that I would add on that for Ms. Snedden, who raised the issue, and for everyone else, is that the city is working right now with the County of Santa Barbara on a reopening plan that'll be sent to the governor when we get to that point in the public health emergency where it seems like we can start including activities back in our lives. One of them would be religious services. And so I know that there will be recommendations, and then the governor will eventually say that what those public safety measures would be. So I appreciate the discussion. We can talk more about it. I didn't hear anything from the public about the carryout bag issue. So either we go along with the proposal and be congruent with what the governor has said, or we let it be just like it is now. And our single-use plastic bag ordinance was meant to reduce those thin plastic bags that get into the environment and harm our marine life. And so what I've been hearing is that some people will bag their own stuff with their own reusable bags right in their trunk or something like that. So Ms. Snedden, you're ready to talk about both or either? Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for answering the question about faith-based meetings. And so I'm comfortable with that. I didn't realize it was only in vehicles or streaming, so that's fine. The plastic bag one, so I'm trying to picture a store that is now completely converted over to those thicker, what are called reusable bags. I don't want to name a store by name, but common store that has thick reusable bags. So under this, they aren't really reusable. I mean, they're plastic bags that are thicker. Under this, they couldn't use those anymore and would have to go to the thin film or to the paper bag. Is that correct? And if
Ms. Irely?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Snedden, no, neither the governor's executive order nor this local ordinance would prohibit the use of the thicker recyclable bags. Right now, if they were being charged for 10 cents for their use, that would be suspended for the short term.
Okay, well, I'll come out and say I'm just not in favor of this portion of changing anything about the plastic bags. It seems to be working fine. If anything, we could say not to bring in your own cloth bags or not to bring in your own reusable bag if that protects grocery store workers or any workers in this environment. But I'm not seeing this 10-cent change as being particularly addressing the health of the grocery workers in that way. So I could see don't bring in your own reusable bag, but this I'm not in favor of this part. Otherwise, the rest of the draft ordinance I'd be in favor of.
Ms. We can vote on them separately. That sounds like a good idea.
Thank you.
And what I have found, well, I guess I'll do my deliberative comments after everyone else. Is there anyone else on our city council who wants to give their opinion at this point or their thinking process? Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, I want to thank our staff and those members of the public who spoke on both of these. I think my questions and concerns have been addressed. I'll start with, because I think it's easier, the 10-cent charge. That's all it is the 10-cent charge. It doesn't change the status of our ordinance. And just speaking as grocery worker and for all those who are impacted by it, it actually does, because what happens is that if the stores would have to continue to charge for the bags at the same time they're telling the public, don't bring your bags in. And so what the stores can do then is just use the paper bags or reusable bags. And it allows the stores to bag the groceries and get the customers out of the store quicker, which reduces the amount of time that the grocery store workers are exposed to people. So that's what the 10-cent or the lack of a 10-cent would do. It can speed up the process of people coming in, because or else you're going to have to put everything back into a cart, and then they're going to go out, and some people will start bagging. They won't go to their car. They'll start bagging their groceries in places where other people are walking, and then the stores have to monitor that, or they'll go out to their cars and they're in the lot quicker. So the whole point now is to get people in, get their essential goods that they need, and then out. So the 10-cent allows, or the lack of a 10-cent speeds up that process, and it doesn't change anything else as I read the ordinance. In terms of the face masks, I do have concerns with the misdemeanor, but based on the city attorney's description, I think the public health protection of essential workers overrides my concerns with that, especially given that they could look at it as an infraction. And I just want to remind the public that it's not just about your own personal exposure. It's when you're going into businesses, it's the amount of exposure that the workers have. In some cases, it's hundreds of people a day. And when you add that up, it's a significant amount of risk that those workers are taking. So having the mask be mandatory in there, I'm supportive of that. And the fact that it's not impacting or it's not a requirement for our open spaces was my concern, but that's been addressed. So I'll be supporting both of these measures. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thanks for your experience there too. Ms. Gutierrez, go ahead.
So we're discussing, right? Discussion time?
Yes, ma'am.
My only concern is getting the word out, especially in the Spanish-speaking community, because it took a while the first time with how urgent it was to stay at home. I just want to see maybe somebody in charge, like a staff member in charge of making sure that the bilingual community gets this information, that it is, if this goes through, everybody has to wear a mask. I'm definitely for it. I believe strongly that it's very important, especially to protect our workers that are working in the stores, and that their bosses need to provide them mask. I know a lot of businesses are doing it already. They won't allow you in the business if you don't have a mask. So people are getting that message. I'm really worried about the misdemeanor. I understand that it's, the city attorney just explained it, but I'm just concerned with the working population that they're already struggling with money-wise, and then getting hit with a misdemeanor. I know we're going to really enforce the educational part. I'm just a little nervous about that part, that for whatever reason, they're running out to buy milk for their daughter and they forget the mask in their car. Like, are they going to get hammered right away with the misdemeanor? Like, that's my only concern. And that I really want somebody from the city staff to be in charge of the bilingual outreach, because yes, we're doing everything possible, but we still have a gap between the communication to our Spanish-speaking communities and the information that has to go out. So I just want somebody to be assigned to make sure that we cover all of the outlets.
Thank you. Ms. Harmon, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will start with the plastic bag piece as well. I just want to echo Councilmember Friedman's comments. I think it's really important that if we are asking people not to bring in their own bags for the safety of our frontline grocery store workers, it seems a little bit untenable to me to simultaneously charge them for the bags, and it just sets up a whole host of problems. And I like the idea of bringing our city in line with the recommendation from the state on this. And as Councilmember Friedman said, because, and please correct me if I'm wrong, this doesn't have any impact long-term on our plastic bag ban ordinance. It seems just a reasonable step to try to make things a little bit easier for people that have to go out and grocery shop. On the mask piece, this was said in public comment by Ms. Heller, and I just really think it's important that we understand this mask ordinance or order as an effort to prepare our community to move forward from these closures. To me personally, I don't see reopening as any sort of possibility without taking these foundational steps to protect ourselves, protect our neighbors, protect our frontline workers. And this is a really big piece of that. So I would encourage everyone who is thinking about what it means to have to wear a mask. It's not just more onerous restrictions. This is about us trying to think through how we are going to move forward as a community and how we can do so while still protecting one another. So I want to make that point really clear and really hit it home, because that's how I am understanding this effort, of course, along with our commitment to keeping everyone safe. On the misdemeanor piece, I echo my two colleagues, Councilmember Gutierrez and Councilmember Friedman as well. I have a lot of discomfort with even the very, very remote possibility that such a remedy could be applied. I have every faith in our city attorney, but I still, it doesn't quite sit right to me. I have one quick question on that point. Mr. Kahlon, is there a possibility for us to do something a little bit different where alongside this ordinance, we also enact a short-term urgency ordinance that spells out that, the first step remedy is an infraction or a citation, followed then by a misdemeanor, to give those of us that have some discomfort a little bit of, a sense that there's some clarity with regard to the remedies. If that's not possible, that's certainly an answer that is acceptable. I'm just curious.
Well, of course,
Mr.
the council, thank you, Madam Mayor. I apologize for interrupting. Madam Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Harmon, yes, the council could convert this into an ordinance and specify penalties. Another option would be to require a warning for first offenses. We do that on the next item you're going to be discussing. If that gives the council additional assurance, that would be fine too.
That would be amazing. To that second point, can we incorporate a warning into this proclamation so that we don't have to delay it any further?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Harmon, yes.
Okay, I would very strongly advocate for that position. I think that would speak to a lot of our concerns, and I would really like to see that included. And that just gives us and our neighbors the comfort of knowing that if for some reason this information hasn't reached them, they're not automatically going, and I know this wouldn't be the case anyway, but sometimes we have to speak in potentialities in this context. So I would like to see that added. I also, I would like to see buses included in this order, and I'm not sure, I haven't heard my colleagues speak to that, and I'm not sure how to vote on it, but I just wanted to state my position that I think if we can include city buses under this order, I think it would be helpful to do so.
Well, let me say about the MTD bus agency, it is a sister agency in a way, but it's a separate agency with a separate board of directors, and I know they went through a whole process of security and disinfection measures. So how about if Mr. Casey and I make contact with MTD just to clarify exactly what they're doing over there, and urge that they take the strongest possible measures. Ms. Harmon?
Yes.
Would that be satisfactory?
I in no way mean to imply that MTD is not taking significant steps to protect their riders. It just seems to me that if we're requiring folks who go into congregate settings to wear a mask, a bus is inherently one of those. So sure, I don't want to delay this. So if that's what makes sense, then I will get behind that. And again, just want to echo and really highlight that if we can include that warning before the misdemeanor in this, I would be extremely pleased to see that. Thank you.
Okay, then let me make that a suggestion, because it would be nice if we had a unanimous vote on this, that a warning would be included ahead of a misdemeanor. It seems like we need some kind of a reference to a misdemeanor in case there's a business that's not complying with this very important step in stopping the spread of the infection. So Ms. Snedden, to that point or to this topic?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I'm glad we had this discussion. I no longer feel the need to vote on these separately. Councilmember Friedman convinced me as a frontline worker in a grocery store that this is for the best of the health of those workers. So I'm completely on board there. And with the warning language in place, then I'd be happy to move this recommended draft ordinance forward if there's the will for that with that warning language in place. And thank you for bringing this forward.
That was a motion. Do we have a second from a council member?
I'll second it.
Okay, thank you. So Ms. Clerk, you understand the motion is what's been presented to us, but with a warning added before a misdemeanor is cited.
Madam
Mr.
Mayor,
Kahlon, go ahead.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mayor. Just to clarify, this is not actually an ordinance. This is a supplemental proclamation and emergency order that Mr. Casey is prepared to issue upon the council's authorization. So the motion would be to authorize Mr. Casey to issue the order with the additions of a requirement of a warning before any citation or arrest. And if council wishes, we could add language to encourage MTD to address the issue.
Did you say MTD?
If the council wishes, we could add language.
That would be separate, that we interact with MTD.
Okay, thank you.
Just as I was going to add that to honor Ms. Gutierrez's concerns, that we would also agree with Mr. Casey's hearing and all the staff that are tuned in, that we would have robust outreach and especially bilingual public outreach. So, and something else, Ms. Snedden?
No, I just wanted to accept that rewording and take the word ordinance out of there. I apologize for misstating that.
Mr. Friedman, you too?
As the secondary, I accept those changes.
Ms. Gorman, are you ready to do a roll call vote for us?
Yes, Madam Mayor and Council, this is a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Snedden, seconded by Councilmember Friedman to provide the authority to City Administrator Casey to issue the order with a warning before a citation or arrest and encouragement of MTD to address the issue. Councilmember Jordan.
Aye.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Snedden.
Aye.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
And Mayor Murillo.
Aye. That was unanimous, Ms. Clerk?
Yes, it was.
Okay, that concludes our first special item and we will go on to the next one. which is item number 2, Ms. Gorman listed on our special council meeting agenda. Would you read that item into the record?
Yes, item 2, sidewalk blockages caused by encampments on Cacique and Milpas streets and options to mitigate pedestrian safety issues at these locations.
Mr. Casey, we have Mr. Kalan to explain things to us, or Mr. Schaefer and Ms. Doubles, who work with our housing and homelessness services. Go ahead, Mr. Casey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. So as mentioned, this is a continued conversation that we've been having on Cacique Street and how to mitigate the pedestrian safety issues while still complying with federal orders and state orders on how to deal with the homeless situation during this crisis. I believe we wanted Mr. Schaefer to come on first if he is available and kind of give a status report. We were able to make some very good progress today. And so there he is, and I will turn it over to Jeff and thank him. He's with SB Act and really appreciate him being able to come in and talk to us all about this.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of City Council. I'm aware that Laura is on the call as well with the city and can also explain some of the work that was done, because really it was working with Laura, the mayor, CityNet, other key stakeholders around the issue of the dozen individuals that are currently or were currently living under the Cacique underpass, and trying to come up with strategies, win-wins. So our main concern working as a team was to the health of the entire community. So we're talking about those who are living on the east side as well as those who are experiencing homelessness, to try to figure out a strategy that would ease the concerns of everyone. So last Thursday, we hosted a phone call to discuss the issue, including working with the county and public health and various stakeholders to figure out a solution. And currently, if you just look at the Cacique underpass, those individuals that were there are no longer there. And that's primarily because of the city coming with some funding and the CityNet team moving those individuals into hotel bridge housing. And my understanding, talking to Brad Fieldhouse, where approximately 10 of the 12 moved into or are moving into hotels as we speak, and 2 chose no services but moved on willingly. And so that solution just came apart by working with the Eastside residents and also working with all the partners together. So I really appreciate all the assistance and help. And just to let the council know and the community know, we're going to have a follow-up phone call on Thursday, and I'm hoping to continue, as long as we're under these circumstances, virtual phone calls with Eastside residents regarding issues related to homelessness, long-term for solutions, even after the pandemic passes. So I don't know if anyone has any questions for me, but good news that we were able to assist. So I also want to let you know that those individuals that are going into hotels will receive a level of case management, they'll receive meals, they'll receive opportunities to move forward as well. And Laura may be able to speak to this, but my understanding too is it's 2 weeks within those hotels, and then we will try to bridge individuals either reunifications or into the shelter system so that they can remain no longer on the streets.
I'll ask Ms. Doubles. Oh, you're there. And for the folks at home, Ms. Doubles doesn't have video today, so we're just hearing her voice. Go ahead.
Yes, I apologize for that. Somebody took the webcam, unfortunately. But yes, I just wanted to chime in and say that CityNet was very, very effective today in going out and providing all of our homeless neighbors their services. It was a very successful situation and has gotten it cleaned up. We've also done some power washing out there, cleaning everything up. So I just wanted to also thank SB Act as well. They had been very instrumental in keeping communication open with our East Side neighbors as well. So thank you for that. And just a good outcome there. I think that the individuals are in a much safer situation, and they're all willing to take on some case management and hopefully get them further prepared for maybe eventually being permanently housed.
So let's ask Mr. Kahlon to present about the proposed ordinance with Ms. Doubles and Mr. Schaefer standing by, and then the council can ask questions of all three. Mr. Kahlon, are you ready?
I am, Madam Mayor. Can you hear me? Good, thank you. Madam Mayor, members of the council. So as Mr. Schaefer said, this grew up, I would say organically between Thursday and today. That's why this was not out with the regular packet on Thursday and why we put out a special meeting notice yesterday. We have the confluence of two sets of competing health interests here. The governor's orders have made clear, as you have heard from Ms. Doubles, that existing encampments by people experiencing homelessness were not to be disrupted because of the risk of interfering with their access to needed services. The governor's orders, however, made it clear that indoor housing is far preferable to outdoor camping for people experiencing homelessness. So, Mr. Schaefer's description of the voluntary activities that happen today to facilitate relocating the people who are sitting and lying down or camping under the Cacique underpass is exactly the prerequisite that's necessary to do the sit-lie ordinance. So what does this ordinance do? Santa Barbara currently has an ordinance that forbids sitting and lying down on State Street sidewalks between 7 a.m. and 2 a.m. Not too long ago, the City Council added to State Street the 0 to 100 block of East Haley because there was a problem spot that developed there that required attention. Likewise, for some period of time, the council has discussed the corridor running roughly from Calle Puerto Vallarta to the roundabout at Carpinteria, or perhaps further up Milpas. So the concept of extending the sitting and lying down protections to the East Side neighborhood has been around for quite a while. So there are two approaches here. We have in front of you a proposed emergency ordinance that would immediately enact a sit-lie prohibition in the area I described, specifically the Cacique underpass, the Milpas underpass, and Milpas between Calle Puerto Vallarta and Carpinteria Street. That ordinance includes two important protections that are meant to integrate it with the governor's order. They're both on the very last page, which is page 4. In section 3, the city administrator is authorized and directed to assist in the relocation to safe housing of people experiencing homelessness who were currently under the Cacique underpass. That's happened. Section 4 also provides that the ordinance is not enforceable against pre-existing human encampments. Again, we don't have that problem now at Cacique because the encampment's been cleared. So with that introduction, the council can discuss going forward with this. One last procedural piece. While we did notice a special meeting, because we did not have policy direction on developing an ordinance, the special meeting notice is not sufficient for the council to take action on an ordinance today. Ordinarily, the Brown Act would allow the council to add items to the agenda when two facts are present. Fact number one is that there's a need to take immediate action. I think we meet that test here. Fact number two under the Brown Act, though, is that the need to take action arose after the agenda was posted. Here, Thursday's agenda. We can't say that. This sit-lie situations existed quite a long time. So I don't think the legal requirements for adding ordinance action are present today. However, there's a third document that Mr. Four has, which depending on the policy direction council gives, we can use. That third document would be another proclamation and emergency order from Mr. Casey to immediately implement a sit, lie, and camping prohibition under the Cacique and Milpas undercrossings. Our purpose in doing that immediately, which I would advise, is to prevent new encampments from being created, which we would then be unable to move. So with that as a rather long introduction, I'm happy to take questions. Thank you.
Before we go to Alejandro Gutierrez, so to clarify, if we all wanted a sit-lie ordinance there, it would be under Mr. Casey's authority until an ordinance could be put in place? So you would still come back with an ordinance?
Yes, Madam Mayor. If the council wishes to go forward, we would do an ordinance, but my advice would be that you empower Mr. Casey to act immediately to prevent new encampments from coming.
That's clear. Ms. Gutierrez, go ahead.
I don't really have a question. I actually want to encourage Mr. Casey to push forward with this emergency ordinance, but this is probably not the time.
That's okay. We have public comment, I'm sure, so we'll wait for that. Ms. Harmon, go ahead. Questions?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'm not going to, I have a lot of questions about the ordinance. I'm not going to ask any of those because I think it's clear from Mr. Kahlon's presentation that we're not going to be voting on an ordinance change today. Is that correct? Is that understanding correct?
I thought we would be voting on an ordinance, but it just wouldn't be an emergency ordinance and we would take time to bring it back. Mr. Kahlon, do I have that right?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Harmon, I'm saying that the agenda is such that the council cannot introduce the ordinance today. So we would bridge the gap between today and the effective date of the ordinance, which if we play it out, it would be introduced May 12th, adopted May 19th, and effective in late June. We would bridge that gap with an emergency order from Mr. Casey.
So I guess, thank you. My follow-up to that would be, if I have substantive questions about the ordinance, do I ask it now or when it's introduced on May, whatever that date you said was?
Madam
It seems
Mayor,
like I'd wait till May.
Councilmember Harmon, either or both. In other words, there is no obligation for the council when we come back to introduce this to vote in any particular way, but any guidance you give us today, we would be happy to incorporate.
Okay, I think I will probably wait for the majority of my substantive questions because I think we should just stay focused, or I will try to stay focused in my own comments on what is directly before us. So to that end, I do have a couple of questions about this supplemental proclamation for Mr. Casey. If the council chooses not to vote in favor of an expansion of the existing sit-lie ordinance when it comes back in the future, at what point does this action that Mr. Casey would take no longer apply? Like what I'm trying to understand is, say we don't enact an ordinance in the future, what is the scope of this? I haven't had time to read this, so I'm gonna need you to really walk me through what it is.
Mr. Kahlon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Harmon. Section G of the draft order says this order shall be effective until May blank 2020. So whenever date the city council wants is the answer. I would suggest pushing it out until the expected effective date of a permanent ordinance, or yet another alternative. You may choose to do this as a temporary measure related to COVID and do it for a limited period. I'm not suggesting that, but that is an option.
That is certainly something that I would be personally in favor of. I am guessing, I know there are some arguments, sorry, Mr. Colon, this one's for you too. There are some arguments on both sides of this type of ordinance about its fundamental constitutionality. Is it correct that a proclamation of this sort gets around any questions related to that because it's specifically connected to the emergency pandemic context in which we currently live?
That might be Councilmember Harmon, that might be a bit of an overstatement.
Okay.
The law on sitting and lying down on sidewalks is quite favorable to cities. Where there is a little bit of gray area is when a proclamation or ordinance, as this one does, so directly focuses on either people experiencing homelessness or people who are disadvantaged. The way we tried to address that, in other words, is there some improper animus or legislative hostility to homeless people here? The answer is no. The way that this has been written, number one, as I mentioned, sections 3 and 4 in the draft ordinance provide absolute protection that people in encampments will not be forced to relocate except into safe housing, which has happened, and then the expiration period. So I think that we've balanced the health and safety interest expressed by the governor in behalf of people experiencing homelessness with the health and safety needs of the community. And here, the voluntary relocation of the people who were in encampments under Cacique, I think solves the problem. So I can't say it's free from doubt, but it's pretty darn good.
Okay, that is helpful. But you bring up another point, because I certainly, it makes sense to me that you folks have done amazing work to get people into housing right now. But let's say, for example, that we put this proclamation in place, folks have cleared out from under the bridge, and in 4 days, someone new comes in the middle of the night, camps there. How can we move them along without offering them housing and still be in compliance with CDC guidelines?
The answer is not meant to be sophistry. The answer is we would not allow new encampments to be created. An encampment takes some measure of time to create. And we have existing laws that forbid camping, and camping in Santa Barbara doesn't mean lying down with a sleeping bag or a blanket. It means having more possessions than you can carry or erecting a structure of some kind like a tent. So our camping ordinance would apply as well. It will take active enforcement to prevent new encampments from coming. And that is why I would advise empowering Mr. Casey to maintain the status quo, which is a clear sidewalk right now at this moment, directing Mr. Casey to maintain that status quo until a sit-lie ordinance can be effective.
Okay, I will leave it there for now. Thank you.
Okay, very good. So before we go to Mr. Friedman, so what I'm hearing, Mr. Kawan, is you would suggest, if this is coming back to us May 12th, that we make this proclamation and Mr. Casey's authority go 30 days from May 12th. Is that what you're saying?
Precisely. Well, 31 days from May 19th, actually. It'll be introduced on the 12th, adopted on the 19th, and effective on the 31st day after that.
Okay, so I hope that's clear, because that's what we're working with now in this issue. Mr. Friedman.
Thank you. I just had a clarification on the ordinance that's going to come back to us. That would be a permanent ordinance that would still be in effect when the shelter in place is over, or is it specifically an ordinance that takes effect during the shelter in place or the response to the COVID. So those are two very different ordinances.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, either. As I mentioned in my response to Councilmember Harmon, it is within the council prerogative to make this a temporary order should you so desire.
Or a permanent one, should we desire. Okay, that was my question.
Yes, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Kahlon, Mr. Schaefer, or Ms. Doubles? Because otherwise, go ahead, Ms. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is for Mr. Kahlon. When we come back, can we add like a block or two for the ordinance, like on Milpas? I know you mentioned streets where it's going to end, like in Carpinteria, but can we add, let's say, up to Mason Street?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, what I've advised the council previously is that the answer is yes, but we need a real factual basis to show that sitting and lying down is interfering with the use of the sidewalk. In discussing it with Mr. Casey over the last couple of days, we felt confident going up to the roundabout at Carpinteria. I would, if the council wishes to look further up Milpas, I can support that with the assistance of the police department in looking at the kinds of activities that are going on Milpas to determine whether we have evidence to support an extension further up the street. So the answer is yes, if the facts show that the sidewalk is being blocked or misused above Carpinteria.
My concern is that they will start moving up in those two other blocks. We have issues now within that district. We see that there are homeless that are either, laying down on the bus stop and people can't sit down on the bus stop, or, they're in the middle of the sidewalk. That's my only concern. And I just want to say thank you to Ms. Doubles, to the city staff, and to CityNet, and to Jeff and his team as well with SB Act. Thank you so much. They were having Zoom meetings with people, community members within my district, and I saw pictures of what they did today. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you. Questions from Mr. Jordan, and then we'll go to public comment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Kahlon, I think I'm short paperwork. I just want to make sure. So I received an email from you earlier today that had the revised agenda parts, and then it just had two attachments with it. One had to do with the masks and the bags, and the other one is simply a document that says ordinance number. Am I short the paperwork that has to do with what's on the screen right now, the supplemental proclamation?
Councilmember Jordan, you are, because we prepared that as when we got the good news before noon that the area had been cleared. At that point, I advised Mr. Casey that notwithstanding the fact that the council hadn't taken action yet, it would be useful to prevent encampments from coming back for him to issue an emergency order promptly. We ran out of time before the 1 p.m. commencement of our online meeting.
Okay, and so the section G expiration you're talking about is on the next page of what's on the screen right now, right?
Yes, page 3 of 3.
Got it. And then the one that I have in my hand would be the proposed ordinance that would come back next month.
That's correct.
Okay. Then my only other kind of general question is, even when you have a sit-lie ordinance, a functioning in-place sit-lie ordinance, don't you also have the burden of not asking people or telling people they have to move on unless you have a place that they can go?
No, sir. Under the Martin v. City of Boise case, we have an obligation not to arrest a person for sleeping in public if there is nowhere for them to be housed. that law does not apply to sitting and lying down on the sidewalk. One of the reasons is that the existing sit-lie ordinance and the proposed expansion cover a very, very tiny fraction of the city. So if I'm on State Street and I need to sleep, all I have to do is walk a half a block or a block away, and I can find lawful places to sleep. So the sit-lie body of law has been upheld for a long time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
We will go to public comment because I don't see anyone else needing to ask questions about this proposal. Ms. Gorman, are there people wanting to speak on this? I assume.
Yes, Madam Mayor and council members, we have 3 persons with their hands up. If you have called in to the meeting, members of the public, and you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand within the app and I will call on you. Our 4 people now are Anna Marie Gott, Natasha Taradovic, Robin Unander, and Victoria Valiente. And we'll start with Anna Marie Gott. Please unmute yourself and go ahead. You'll have 3 minutes. Go ahead, Ms. Gott.
Good afternoon. I think that one thing that people did not think about is the Coastal Commission and our local coastal plan. The bridges and underpasses are actually subject to the local coastal plan. I spoke with some individuals there today, and they said that they would certainly want to be involved should the city decide to go ahead and allow anyone to lie down and block the sidewalk. I have a question really regarding Milpas. It doesn't sound as if the homeless that have been living on Milpas have actually been removed. In addition, there are homeless people right now trying to wait until the cleaning is done before they go ahead and move back to the underpass. So I don't know how you're going to say that as of today, there is no encampment when there will be people living there tonight. Other people might have woken up this morning living there and blocking the sidewalk, but this evening there will be people living there and trying to block the sidewalk again. So I think you're going to have a hard time with that. Regarding, offering people another place to live while you do have to provide, or you are trying to provide 2 weeks of housing, I don't think it's going to be sufficient for everyone. And we really need to make sure that those sidewalks are permanently available for our residents. And I don't know what you need to do, but you need to pass something that will ensure that no one is going to be sleeping there at night or in the middle of the day, and have it actively enforced by our police officers. Because right now, our police officers are not going to go out and enforce this. And unless you have enforcement, this is just going to be an ongoing problem. So I would highly recommend that you make this a priority if this is passed, at least as an emergency ordinance. The other issue is, again, going back to the Coastal Commission, because this actually would constitute development, you're going to have to hold a number of other public meetings regarding getting a coastal development permit. If you decide that allowing people to live on the sidewalks in these key public access areas is something that you want to do. So I would highly recommend that you guys look at that, as well as our Vision Zero policies, because Vision Zero is trying to prevent people from being in the roadways and getting hurt. And if people are going to have to navigate the street to avoid the homeless, we have a problem. Finally, the CDC offered guidance. The city is not required to follow any of the guidance regarding the homeless. They require, as I've mentioned before, 12 by 12 feet for a space.
Thank you.
And we're not actually following the guidance if that's what you want to say is law.
Thanks so much. Next commenter, please.
Our next speaker will be Natasha Taradovic, then Robin Unander, then Victoria Valente, then Brian Campbell. All right, Ms. Taradovic, you have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Great, thank you. So this problem has been growing even prior to this COVID outbreak. But my letter to you about 3 weekends ago When I walk down Milpas to Tri-County Produce to get groceries, I couldn't even walk along Milpas because there were places where the sidewalk is so narrow, you can't even get that 6-foot distancing. While I was walking down the street, I watched people exchanging bottles and cigarettes and stopping to exchange other sorts of things. So I understand that this is about encampments. I'm really not sure what an encampment is. Is it one person lying down with their sleeping bag and cooking? Is it 5 people? Is it one person with a tent? Do they have to be cooking? I don't understand what a encampment is. And I think one of the reasons around this is because if you move an encampment, the concern was that this disease would spread. And I'd like to urge you to watch some of the movements of some of these people. They don't just stay there all day. When I went, it was early in the morning, and I watched one person walk all the way up Milpas, touching every trash can, then go across over on Haley, then up and down State Street. Now, if that person was infected, every trash can that he was putting his hands on would have the virus on it right now. So they move. They don't just sit there or lie there in their sleeping bags. And it's really, I know this is just an intractable, difficult situation. And I echo what Anna said, which is you walk down the street and you're trying to maintain that 6 foot, you actually need 9 foot. You can't do that on Milpas Street. It's too narrow. And we didn't have this problem as intense as it is and as congested as it is with people lying in their own urine and feces. Even 6 months ago, this has been growing before COVID. The fact that we have COVID makes it an urgent problem. And they're not wearing masks. I know you put a hand washing station in there, but people who lie in their own urine and feces aren't going to be washing their hands. They're not concerned about that. So I really urge you to pass this. It's utterly urgent, and I really appreciate the fact that you guys are taking it very seriously. Moving as quickly as you have is just heartening, and totally support some of the actions that you're taking here today. Thank you very much.
Very good. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Robin Unander. After that, it will be Victoria Valiente and Brian Campbell. Mr. Campbell, you're showing us offline. I will send you a note to see if we can get you back online. Okay, Ms. Unander, you have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, City Council members. Thank you for allowing us to have public comment about this. I am a resident of Eastside. Councilmember Gutierrez is our district representative, and I deal with this on an ongoing basis. My name is not unfamiliar to those in our neighborhood as far as standing up on this issue. And the one thing that I constantly raise is the safety concerns for those of us that live and breathe and work every day on the east side, especially now that we're all landlocked. And literally, I'm landlocked. If I want to take a stroll to go down to the beach, okay, I live on Alisos. If I want to go up onto Milpas and go under the overpass, it's not very safe. There's the encampments there. I cannot safely pass with my kids without having some sort of, less than 6 foot contact with the individuals there. Okay, maybe I go a different way. Maybe I go under Cacique. Nope, can't go there either because both sides of the street are occupied. And it occurred to me that not only am I, having to quarantine and stay in my home, but I can't even really leave my neighborhood if I wanted to go on foot. I'm stuck going by car. Well, you guys don't exactly want us, driving down and parking at the beaches and whatnot. So I'm trying my best to comply, but having these encampments impede access is making this even more difficult to try and navigate. You guys talked about, having these individuals in hotels for 2 weeks. Then what? Then where are they going? There's going to be more people that come in as those individuals move into the shelters or wherever the hotels are that they're going. There's this influx of people that seems to be coming, and I'm not even sure if it's because the shelters are limited in their capacity, so this is where everybody is spilling over, or if we have new individuals coming into our town like we've had in the past. Has anyone even looked at the Quarantina corridor over by the Milpas Post Office? I have a nonprofit over there that we've got space on Quarantina and Kimball, and that encampment is growing, and nobody's talked about that. But Councilmember Gutierrez mentioned the thing that I'm really concerned about is we're just shuffling this around. If we put limitations on exactly where we're saying they cannot be, then they'll just go right outside those borders. And they're just going to go into the other areas, and this is just going to continue to just perpetuate and overflow. And if we've got, pre-existing, how long does it have to be before it's pre-existing and then we can't touch it? We need to be much more proactive in encouraging people to move on, at least during the daytime. They want to sleep at night, that's one thing. But why are we not also potentially using city parking lots that are not being used? Other municipalities are using their parking lots to allow people to stay there and have some space and not also be in the public way. You're impeding us by not asking these people to move over to a place where you could accommodate them. And it would be probably to their interest as well, because they're not getting tripped on or yelled to get out of the way. Excuse me. Thank you, council members.
Thanks, Ms. Unander. Okay, next speaker.
Our next speaker is Victoria Valiente. After that, we have Brian Campbell and Nicholas Jacobs. Ms. Valiente, please go ahead. Ms. Valiente, you can unmute yourself and then you can speak. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Madam Mayor, council members, I wanted to relay my personal experience regarding this agenda item. I'm a resident of the East Side and take walks in my neighborhood every day. On Sunday around noon, I was walking my dogs toward the Cacique Street Bridge. The sidewalks on both sides of the street were entirely covered with about a dozen people, their belongings, and lots of trash. The public right-of-way was not accessible, not to mention maintained as a safe passage with 6 feet of available distance for social distancing purposes. I wasn't going to try to walk on the street and dodge moving traffic with my dog, so I turned around and went back. I'd like to mention that I frequently encountered this problem at many points along Milpas Street and on adjacent streets. Intoxicated people sitting, lying down, bantering, fighting, or otherwise blocking the narrow sidewalk. I am forced to step onto the street with my dogs to avoid these people. It's pretty dangerous sometimes. While reading social media, I'm hearing or reading a lot of comments that shifts the issue to compassion for the homeless. Compassion is not the issue here. This is a health and safety issue for the local community. The Cacique Street Bridge was built at great cost to provide East Side residents, many of whom don't own cars, access to the beach. This access has been taken away, and this is unacceptable. I urge the council to prohibit people from sitting or lying down in any public right-of-way in a manner that blocks safe passage by all. Thank you.
Ms. Gorman?
Yes, Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Brian Campbell. Brian Campbell, please unmute yourself and go ahead. Mr. Campbell, you can unmute yourself and go ahead. Mr. Campbell, we will come back to you. We will go to Nicholas Jacobs. Mr. Jacobs, you have 3 minutes, please go ahead.
Hi, thanks for taking my call. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, it's pretty echoey, but go ahead.
Sorry about that. I'll try to step back a little bit. I'm a resident of the East Side. I'm opposed to any harboring of the homeless on the Cacique underpass. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm an adult male and I feel unsafe going underneath the underpass there with all the homeless there, and definitely can't maintain my, 6 feet of safe distance with, the both sides of the sidewalk full of the homeless and the items there that are supporting them. I often run or walk or ride my bike underneath that overpass to go grocery shopping or to the beach. And I don't want to accidentally hit other people that are forced to go onto the street or the bike lane because the sidewalks are completely cover just impassable or unsafe with 6-foot distancing guidelines. So yeah, I just want to support the homeless with some other kind of location, whether it's on path or just a place that isn't used heavily by just the average East Side residents or just the civilians in the area to have safe access to beach and grocery shopping. So that's it. Thanks.
Very good. Another speaker, Ms. Gorman?
Yes, Madam Mayor and Council, we have one more speaker on this item, Brian Campbell. Mr. Campbell, you can unmute yourself and go ahead. Mr. Campbell, go ahead, unmute yourself on your side. There you go. Go ahead. Mr. Campbell, you can start speaking. We can't hear you if you are speaking. Madam Mayor, Mr. Campbell was our last speaker on this item, and it appears he's not connecting. Mr. Campbell, if you would like to send an email to clerk, CLERK @santabarbaraca.gov, I will forward that on to Mayor and Council. And it looks like you may not have a working mic. So, Madam Mayor, that's all our public comment on this item.
Thanks. We'll go ahead and close public comment on this item. And I had one question out of public comment about this area being in the coastal zone. And then Jeff Schaefer can speak to the continuing efforts that we will undertake to help our residents who are houseless or homeless. Mr. Kalan, what about this being in the coastal zone?
Madam Mayor, given the Cracky case, I never like to argue about what requires a coastal development permit, but I have not heard from any of my colleagues that people experiencing homeless on the sidewalk require a coastal development permit, or tolerating that requires a coastal development permit. So if that's law, I'm unfamiliar with it.
Thank you. We'll move on to Mr. Schaefer. Go ahead, please, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. I just wanted to let the community members know that there are some long-term solutions to be put in play. I will be hosting this Thursday virtual meeting, probably ongoing throughout this pandemic at 10 a.m. So if you have an interest in being involved in that, you can email me at jeff@sbac.org. And I want to let you know that there are various partners working on the development of more shelter beds, the ideas of creating more permanent housing opportunities. Otherwise, I agree. We oftentimes are just shuffling people around, and no one wants to do that. But at the end of the day, we need to increase our capacity both for outreach and for shelter beds and for permanent housing solutions. So I appreciate all the help we can get, and I thank you, City and City Council members, for all your efforts in this situation to make something happen relatively quickly.
So, Mr. Kalan, to frame this for deliberative comment here with the council, we're grateful to our outreach workers, CityNet, Home for Good, especially CityNet, that these folks were connected with services and the area is cleared. So this sit-lie ordinance would prevent people from moving back. I just wanted to make that clear. And that what we're voting on today is a special proclamation under Mr. Casey's authority to institute a sit-lie order. And then on May 12th, we're coming back with an ordinance, and we can vote on it and ask questions about it then. Do I have that right? Is that how to frame this discussion?
Yes, Madam Mayor. In addition, it can be framed that should the council give us direction to bring a sit-lie ordinance back on May 12th, Mr. Casey will issue his own supplemental order in order to preserve the status quo, that is no encampments, until that ordinance can be effective.
Okay. And then I would also add that Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez has asked for some data or evidence that maybe the SITLI mapping can be expanded. That's something that's on the table. And also, I just jotted down that we could and should try and find face coverings for our homeless neighbors. I know there's some effort underway, and we just voted on that, and there was a lot of good community members who called in and said that they're sewing masks and face coverings for people. So I would just say that that would be something that I would commit to. So we're ready for deliberative comments. I think Alejandra Gutierrez has definitely already said she's for this. Mr. Jordan, your opinion and how you will vote?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll support this, and I think eventually Mr. Colon's going to want the dates. So the way I understood it, it'd be the 12th, the 19th, and then 31 days later, if that's June 21st, those are 22nd of June, those would be the dates that are on the next page in or whatever page in section G. And it's unfortunate. I love Jeff Schaefer to death, but it is true that this just shuffles the problems around. And I think we just need to continually ask ourselves if we're willing to live with that dynamic, or if there are things that we can do, like what you just mentioned, a temporary covering or something in a location that is kind of like a staging as we continue to look for places that is permanent supportive housing. And it's been going on forever, and we're just like a dog chasing its tail, not to be disrespectful of all the good people that are out there doing work, but the problem continues and the problem moves around, and it does not seem to be abated, even when you take steps like this. So there's nothing for me not to support here. This solves the problem in a very constricted, very publicly used right of way that is just not the right place to even talk about allowing shelter. I'd be happy to work with you, Madam Mayor, on what else temporary covered shelter looks like that we can live with, and where that would be, and how we could marshal forces out in the community to take that first step, kind of like the non-pandemic step, because the pandemic idea was to keep them all in one place where we know where they're at for the service workers. That also has merit in times of non-pandemic, to provide a shelter, even if it's temporary, even if it's just covering, so that the service and the outreach workers know where to go and can work on those people efficiently and in a manner that allows them to do their work. So no problem supporting this. Somebody can do the math on the end of that and say what date it would be effective, but I would support the immediate action by Mr. Casey, and then an intro on the 12th, an adoption on the 19th, and then whatever the 31 days is after that to adopt the ordinance. Thank you.
June 22nd, Council.
Thank you. I was
So
close.
so June 22nd. And then I would add, Mr. Jordan, that those 2 weeks or 1 week that those folks are in a motel, they're getting case management. So we are trying to help them find services or whatever to address whatever their challenges are. It's a really important step. So
I get
thank
it.
you.
But at some point, everybody's getting case management, and then they're not, or they're in permanent supportive housing. So it's just we need a light at the end of the tunnel, I hope. So thanks.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Friedman, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, I'd like to thank the residents of the East Side. I know that you have contacted a lot of us on council and made your voices heard, a large number of you. And you've also been pragmatic in understanding the constraints we're working with, and been patient in trying to find a solution to this during the pandemic. So I really want to appreciate how you have approached this, all the residents that have reached out to us. also do want to thank our staff, including CityNet and Santa Barbara ACT, Ms. Doubles, and Jeff Schaefer. I know some of you aren't our staff, but we work with you. So just in the last week, the ability to go out and do the outreach. I know last week, the issue had come up about working with the homeless to voluntarily see if they would either relocate. And so it seems that those efforts have borne some fruit. And I'm really glad to see that that as of today, that area was open. Last Friday, myself and council member Alejandra Gutierrez, who's been very active on here, I want to thank her as well, met with 2 residents, and we walked from underneath the Milpas Bridge, underneath the Cacique Bridge, and back that whole area, and to discuss the issues and what the options are. So I really think that we're on the right track here in terms of getting these open, both the Milpas and the Cacique Bridge, for the public safety issues. There's also, it wasn't mentioned today, but there are ADA issues with the way it was for those who are trying to get under the bridge, and they don't have the ability to go out in the street, nor should they have to do that. And we're also getting, as I mentioned, a case management for some of our homeless that are going to be in the hotels and other places. So I'm supportive of this effort for Mr. Casey to be able to take that action today and coming back to us. And I am interested in the nuance between temporary versus a permanent sit live for these 2 in particular. And as to the question of whether or not to expand it beyond these 2 areas further up Milpas, I do need to see the data on it. And I do have concerns that it would just be pushing the problem either further up Milpas or even more towards other areas, shifting more towards downtown. So, but for the time being, these 2 locations and the work we're doing for both Milpas and Cacique, I'm supportive of the efforts today, and thank all those who made this happen.
Thanks. Ms. Harmon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to ask a clarifying question, because it seems in a lot of the conversation that we've had thus far, it seems that this action, if we take it today, a permanent ordinance is a foregone conclusion. And I just want to confirm that that's not the case, or at the very least that we can have a real discussion about it when it comes back. Because I maybe I'll just give my comments here. This action, I mean, I haven't unfortunately had the opportunity to read it in depth, but from what it's being described to me as, it makes sense, and it's clearly and narrowly tailored and connected to the increase in concern related to the pandemic. It makes sense to me to take an action like this. I can't say at this moment that I would like to commit to a permanent ordinance. I haven't read it. I have questions. I appreciate Mr. Kahlon giving us a brief sort of overview on the constitutional questions. I would still like to do more research. I want to be able to vote for this today and say we are in an emergency situation, so we're taking this action urgently to respond to neighbors' concerns. But I feel that it somehow seems that it's a foregone conclusion and we won't have real discussion about the ordinance. Will we have another discussion period and an opportunity to ask questions and an opportunity to really air all concerns about it? Or is a vote for this today a vote for the permanent ordinance on May or June, whatever the dates Councilmember Jordan listed out?
Mr. Kahlon, I'm understanding that it would come back on May 12th, the first reading, May 19th, the second reading, but I'll let Mr. Kahlon clarify the question that you're asking.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Harmon, I tried to mention a little bit earlier that there is no commitment on how the council might vote on May 12th. If you would, you being the city council, would like to include additional reporting on the legal issues or other options like temporary forms of ordinances, please give me direction to do that, and I'll do that for the 12th.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Well, I personally would like to have a little bit more information on the legal issues, but I can connect with you separately on that. So I will just say, because this action today is so narrowly tailored and so specifically focused and responsive to the circumstances, the emergency circumstances that we find ourselves in, I will be supporting it. And I also want to echo the thanks by my colleagues to the folks that are out there doing this work to try and help our unsheltered neighbors get into a space that's healthier and safer for them. And I hope we can think about solutions that centers on the humanity of our unsheltered neighbors as well. I understand that it's difficult to deal with some of the impacts in our communities, and we have it in my district as well. But I think it's really important moving forward that we remember that our unsheltered neighbors they're our neighbors too, and their fundamental humanity is something that we need to consider and center in our discussions as well. So with that, I will be voting in favor of this measure today.
Thanks. Ms. Gutierrez, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have some pictures that I would like to share because I know that some city council members and staff, they don't live around the area. And I just want to show the concerns of people calling in so you guys can get an idea of some of the things that the neighborhoods, the people that live in the neighborhood have to deal with, but as well as the business people. So on your, I think it's, yeah, on the right-hand side, you see police officers, and this happened yesterday. They did arrest somebody, but these are scenarios that have happened before COVID-19. This is not just COVID-19. COVID-19 happened and it just highlighted the issue that we've been dealing with in that district for many years. And the people from public comment mentioned it. It has always been a public safety and health issue, not just right now. It's always been an issue in District 1. The trash, we can go to the next slide. You can see how the sidewalk is blocked. If we can go to the next slide, it shows you, it is terrible and what we see on the bridge, and it also highlights that the homeless, they do definitely need resources, but these are the type of things that people they deal with on a daily basis. And it wasn't just COVID-19. COVID-19, again, it just shined more light on it. But I also want to show you pictures of what happened today. Go on to the next slide. When the underpath got cleared up. So that's how it looks now. And if we can go to the last slide, I just want to show you that Milpas has a lot of businesses, but it's in the middle of a neighborhood. So not only are the businesses adapting to this new norm, but they also, on top of that, have to deal with the homeless issue. Again, public safety and health issues. And then on the side of that, you have this issue in the middle of a neighborhood where there's children, there's teens. I mean, some of the ladies from public comment mentioned it. It's their way of passing through to go to the parks and beaches. So I just wanted to show these pictures so people can understand the urgency. And it's not just during COVID-19. COVID-19 just really shined a light and really made, I think, the city aware of what District 1 has been dealing for many years. That's all, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Oh, I was going to ask you to make a motion if you were ready, but Mr. Gutierrez, go ahead and you go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Comments.
Yeah, I'd like to just kind of piggyback off of Councilwoman Alejandra Gutierrez's comments. I'm a little worried that we're going to depend solely on the data from the police department to justify any further enforcement or ordinance, because you're dealing with a population that they don't report to authorities when something happens. All you have to do is go to any of those businesses and ask them, have you had issues or problems with people sitting or lying? It doesn't necessarily have to be homeless people. There are other kinds of people that are doing activities that is not safe or favorable for that community. ask any of any kids, anybody that grew up on the west side, the east side that went to school around the Milpas, and each one of them has a story of what they had to go through in order to get to school or from school, and they weren't reported. So when you say we need the data, that doesn't necessarily put confidence in me that we're going to be completely serving the people that live in that area. So if I can get clarification on that, I'd appreciate it. And I'm willing to talk about having that ordinance encompass all of Milpas if possible.
Then let's hear from Mr. Kalan. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Gutierrez. I need to apologize. I did not mean to suggest that the only information we could use would be police information. Any information that shows the sidewalk being obstructed would support council action. So I know, for example, between Carpinteria and we routinely see people sitting on the curb in front of Crown Liquors on Milpas. There are a number of locations. We simply need to document that. Police data is especially reliable, but it's not the only information we'll use.
Okay, yeah, I guess if we can do some sort of outreach to the greater community and ask them for their incidences or encounters of how difficult it is to maneuver their way through those sidewalks, that would be greatly appreciated.
Madam Mayor, if I might, I'd like to make a suggestion to the council in terms of how to manage addressing sit-lie in the Milpas corridor. Right now, we have a very specific problem around the underpasses where people were living, and the action today will address that. The second action involves an as yet undetermined stretch of Milpas, presumably above the freeway and further north. I would suggest separating that off so that we don't feel compelled on May 12 to address that, but that we bring it back. Here's why. We have a very discrete problem with people experiencing homelessness that we've addressed successfully with CityNet today, and we're going to prevent from having happen again by Mr. Casey's order. Addressing homelessness in a broader sense can be challenging when the courts look at the council's reasons. As you said, Councilmember Gutierrez, we don't care whether an individual blocking the sidewalk is homeless or not. What we care about is the ability of people to safely get by on the sidewalk. So I'm happy to look at expanding further up Milpas with additional data. My strong suggestion would be, though, that we decouple that from the May 12 action.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. That seemed clear to me that it's on a different track to look at other parts of Milpas Street with an eye to safety. Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was gonna get to make the motion, but I just want to be sure everyone else has had the chance to speak for that. And if Councilmember Gutierrez wants to make the motion, I'm happy to defer because this is your neighborhood. So if you want to go before me, I'm welcome to do that too.
You can be the second. Go ahead. So go ahead, Ms. Gutierrez. We can't hear you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can I get just some guidance on the wording on the motion? Because I know there's been a lot of discussion on the actual motion, so we can.
Mr. Kalan, you give us the language, thanks.
Certainly, it would be a direction to staff, including the city attorney, to return May 12th with an ordinance prohibiting sitting and lying down. And the corridor that we've described is Milpas between Calle Puerto Vallarta and the intersection of US 101 with Carpinteria and the roundabout on Milpas, and Cacique from Milpas to South Alisos, South Milpas to South Alisos. And
So
map 4 does have a PDF map, Mayor, if you'd like to look at that.
Go ahead and put it up. And then it would, but the motion would also include a direction to Mr. Casey to order something immediately, right? Mr.
I
Klein?
believe he's prepared to do that without direction, but I'll let him answer that.
Mr. Casey?
Madam Mayor, council members, I've certainly been listening to the direction, happy to have it be part of the motion, but I think it's pretty clear based upon the conversation that I'll take the interim steps to bridge the gap until you have the conversation on the permanent ordinance.
So Ms. Gutierrez, you would say, so moved according to Mr. Kalan's description. That seems easy.
Yes, because that was long. I would like to make a motion based on Mr. Cologne's staff recommendation.
And I'll second that.
Okay, any other comments to the motion? Okay, then Ms. Gorman, it looks like we're ready for a roll call vote on this.
Yes, and Madam Mayor and Council, in an abundance of caution, I'm going to read the recommendation into the record just in case it needed to be. And that's recommendation that council consider sidewalk blockages caused by encampments on Cacique and Milpas Street in the vicinity of US 101 undercrossings and options to mitigate pedestrian safety issues at these locations, including amending by ordinance SBMC chapter 9.97 to prohibit sitting or lying down in the affected areas, subject to appropriate relocation assistance for the affected encampments, and issuing temporary orders by resolution under the council's emergency authority to prohibit sitting or lying down in the affected areas, subject to appropriate relocation assistance for the affected encampments. Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez, seconded by Councilmember Friedman, as described by City Attorney Kalan. Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
And Mayor Murillo.
Aye. That's unanimous, Ms. Clerk?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Sounds good. So before I start thanking people, I will let our technical staff know that we'll be taking a break right after this. This closes this item. I thank Ms. Doubles, Mr. Schaefer, Mr. Kalan, Mr. Casey, Council Members Gutierrez, Alejandra, and Oscar. Everyone who's worked on this, it seemed like everyone I talked to was saying, let's solve this Cacique Street issue. So I'm really grateful, and I'm grateful to the public works staff that went down and power washed the area, and the residents who have had so much patience. People do have compassion for our homeless neighbors, and this has been a difficult situation, and the pandemic, you're right, it has taken it over the top. So what a good conclusion, and we'll take a 10-minute break and come back and finish the rest of our agenda. Meeting in recess. regular agenda that we. The next thing is our. Ms. Clerk, are there items to read, please?
Madam Mayor and Council, there are no items to read on the consent calendar.
Does anyone want to pull a consent item? And if not, if there's no further objection, we'll waive for the reading. And I'll entertain a motion to move the consent calendar forward. Mr. Friedman? I couldn't hear him, but he probably said so moved.
I heard him.
Okay.
Yes, and I will second. Thank you.
Okay. If there's no further discussion, the clerk will call the roll. We have to call roll on our votes because we're participating from different parts of the building. Go ahead, Ms. Clerk.
That was a motion to pass the entirety of consent by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Harmon. Mr. Friedman, I had muted you, so please mute yourself at this point, and that should work fine. Okay, vote on consent. Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Yes.
And Mayor Murillo.
Aye. That seemed unanimous, ma'am.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
So, Mr. Friedman, do you have a report from the Finance Committee? You all met today, I think?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we did meet earlier today. We went over the first look at the financials coming up for fiscal year 21 with some of the projected revenue shortfalls that we're looking at in all of our different funds. We also looked at the solid waste, wastewater, and water rates, and those will be coming to council as part of all this will be coming to council as part of the budget deliberations.
Thank you to you and the Finance Committee. And we'll move on to our first agendaized item number 5. Ms. Clerk, could you read that into the record?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Item 5, Vision Zero Communication Public Outreach Initiative.
So, Mr. Casey, who's our president? There he is. Mr. Dayton, whenever you're ready.
Madam Mayor, council members, here alone today, our team is not able to be here, of course, because of the call, but we would like to share with you about our Vision Zero Communication Public Outreach Initiative and take this opportunity with the contract amendment. So next slide. Just a little background really quickly on this is that the council initiated the strategy in 2018 and what it really takes is a mindset change on the way we handle collisions. We're calling them now collisions. It's not an accident. And then implementing Vision Zero projects. And then today, what is that? How do we communicate to the public exactly this new mindset of Vision Zero and how the council's strategizing to do that? Next slide. So a little bit about that is that Vision Zero is this strategy that says that traffic-related deaths and serious injuries are avoidable and they're unacceptable. We don't have to have them, and it shifts the goals and mentality. It started in Sweden, and the graphic on the right shows that they had a real downtick in collisions versus vehicle miles, which continue to go up. Next slide. The best way to think about this is that the airline industry actually has Vision Zero. Their safety standards are so high, they do not take any chances taking off with that plane and you in it unless they're fully confident that everything's been triple checked. And in 2017 actually was the first year that there were no passenger deaths on the airline industry. And that's our goal. We want to do that for the auto industry in Santa Barbara by adopting Vision Zero. The council has set us out to do that. Next slide. Really interesting about Santa Barbara, how Santa Barbara gets to work. It's no surprise that people mostly get to work by the vehicles. That's Santa Barbara. It's about 74% get to work by the vehicle. Next slide. But combining the walking and biking, it's 13% of the road users. Next slide. And then this one right here. And then when you look at the collisions by mode, go back one, please. When you look at collisions by mode, you see that, back one slide, Matt. You see that the collisions by mode is very similar to the modal share, where you have 16% of the total collisions are bicycling and walking combined. And yet, when you look at the fatalities of those collisions that result in fatalities and serious injuries, you see on the right that the pedestrian and bicycles account for 62% of those. So there's a little disparity. And so therefore, our Vision Zero plan really aims to protect those vulnerable users, as we call them. Next slide. And at the end of the day, it's really about speed, because when someone is hit by a vehicle at 20 miles an hour, they have a 90% survival rate. Whereas if it's at 40 miles an hour, is a 90% chance that that's going to be a fatality. So it is also about speed. Next slide. The seven core principles that council adopted really spell out the program and how we're moving forward with the strategy that life is the most important thing. And just like any kind of crime in Santa Barbara that results in injury or death, a vehicle collision is no different. And every person matters, no matter what they're driving or who they are on the streets. We want them to be safe. So, and we also, this is kind of the interesting part, we want to really anticipate people's mistakes. People are going to make mistakes, and we can account for them. And we focus, and this is the important part, we focus on the dangerous locations and behaviors first. Drivers have a critical responsibility to play, and that's a part of what we're talking about today, is how do we communicate that? And then pedestrian and cyclists, as we said, are the most vulnerable users. And then finally, the government shares responsibility for safe streets. So those are our guiding principles for all our Vision Zero actions that we're taking. Next slide. When we look at how we approach Vision Zero, we do it in 4 categories: evaluation, engineering, enforcement, education. Next slide. We look at evaluation in that we're looking at this city and where are the hot spots. This is our heat map you've probably seen before. Where are the collisions repeating? We're looking for those patterns. And as we go and do our street maintenance with the Measure C money that the public so graciously gave for us to repair the streets, every time we restripe those lines, we're looking for the patterns on the street, so that if we have an opportunity to restripe the street in a way that would save lives or prevent serious injury collisions, that's what we're going to do. Next slide. And that brings us to engineering. And some of you are on council when we did the first Vision Zero project, which was on Las Positas. This is an aerial picture that focused on eliminating collision patterns that exist. We had a collision pattern right there turning onto McCaw, that left turn versus the through, and that collision was repeating every year. And since we did this restriping, we haven't seen that collision reoccur. That's what it's about, engineering, eliminating those patterns. Next slide. And then working with the police, specifically on enforcement. And as you know, that there is on the De La Vina corridor in the lower part and on State Street, we have issues where we have some fatalities and serious collisions. And so we're focusing PD's attention on those areas for the types of collisions we're seeing, so that they're on patrol noticing if there's things that they can enforce that would prevent those collisions until we can do engineering solutions. Next slide. And then finally, what we're talking about today is the education piece. How do we talk to Santa Barbans about Vision Zero and the new strategy of, hey, it's not really an accident, it actually is an unavoidable collision? How do we get there? So we've been working with a professional services contractor to marketer to do what's on the right, a Vision Zero website, introductory video, display ad materials and prints, and then stuff that we can export to our partners. And with the initial money that we had, which was initially a $32,000 contract, we were able to get a pretty good high lift of that marketing plan. Next slide. We wanted to come up with a branding that's timeless, that it's a communication platform that we can use again and again. It has an engaging aesthetic, but doesn't get tired. These are kind of our parameters, and then easy for our partners to use, that we can pass it off and they can put it into their materials. And then inexpensive. How do we do this cheaper? So we're very pleased with the outcome to date, and we're going to show you the video of it. The video is a little choppy, I'll warn you, but the sound should come through just nice. Cue video. Looks like we're not hearing the sound, Matt.
Walk, bike, and drive the streets and sidewalks of Santa Barbara as they go to work, school, run errands, or just have fun. Transportation and the ability to get around safely is essential for our daily lives. But too often, traffic-related collisions cause injury and even death. Santa Barbara has some troubling traffic collision and pedestrian safety statistics. It's time to reconsider our beliefs about what causes traffic-related collisions and how to prevent them. Because we can do better. That's why the Santa Barbara City Council adopted Vision Zero, a new strategy to eliminate all traffic fatalities and severe injuries. Vision Zero is a smarter way to approach traffic safety. The concept was introduced in Sweden in the 1990s and has proven successful across Europe. Now it's gaining momentum in many cities in the USA. Vision Zero is a shift in thinking. Until now, traffic fatalities and severe injuries have been traditionally accepted as accidents. Yet in fact, each traffic-related collision has a cause and can be prevented. Vision Zero is centered on 4 areas of action. Evaluation, to focus city resources on locations where data shows that collisions are most likely to reoccur. Engineering, to design streets, bike lanes, and sidewalks that work better and that anticipate and eliminate the effects of human error. Enforcement, to ensure that safety laws are known and followed. Education, to bring about a new sense of awareness and shared responsibility for creating a safer Santa Barbara. Whether you walk, bike, drive a vehicle, or all 3, Santa Barbara needs your help. The success of Vision Zero requires the collaboration of all Santa Barbarans. Please join us. Together, we'll make our city better and safer for everyone. Visit the Vision Zero site where you can receive updates and take the pledge to make Vision Zero a part of your daily perspective.
So that is the video. And what's great about the website is you can go to the website and take the pledge to actually drive a certain way. So we're trying to sign up Santa Barbarans. So you can actually go to that website even now, visionzero.santabarbaraca.gov, and visit that website. Next slide. And then just to wrap up, because we're finally at this place where we have the branding intact, we really feel like it's important to do the Spanish translation for everything. It's a little bit more complicated than just word for word. It really has to touch the community in the same way as the tool is now, and reach that culture too. So we're going to build on the current branding efforts with Spanish, with this approval by council, and then we're going to, ultimate goals, we're going to encourage shared responsibility of the road by all users. So that's what we're looking at. And the next slide has the recommendation. Again, this was a $32,000 contract that we're amending for the $9,150 and plus extra services to get that Spanish translation done for the branding materials that we've done to date. And I'll answer any questions you have.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Dayton. Are there questions from the City Council about the information presented or about this expenditure? A proposed expenditure? You gave such a good presentation, Mr. Dayton. I think we're very happy with it, and I certainly support reaching out to our Spanish-speaking residents and actually outside of our city limits. A lot of people tune into our meetings and pay attention to our doings in general. May I have a motion that, oh no, we have public comment, forgive me. Ms. Clerk, Ms. Sneddon, you have a question then, go ahead.
I was happy to make the motion, but I'll wait till after public comment.
Very good, thanks. Thanks, Ms. Gorman.
Madam Mayor and Council, we have 1 speaker so far on this item, Melissa Cunningham. If any of the other members of the public who have called in so far wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand within the app. Ms. Cunningham, I will unmute you. You have 3 minutes. Please unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. I am the Executive Director of COAST, and I just want to thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council members. And I want to thank the Public Works staff for all being here today and presenting this information. In the spirit of collaboration, I am here today on behalf of COAST and SB Bike to express support for the amendment to the City Professional Services Agreement to find a Spanish language component in the Vision Zero communication campaign. We are all experiencing challenging times right now, but we have an opportunity to really affect change when it comes to Vision Zero. Vision Zero is about going bigger and bolder. I really appreciate Public Works' approach and the work they have done so far around the 4 E's that Mr. Dayton just went over: evaluation, enforcement, education, and engineering. COAST and SB Bike have offered our assistance to further these efforts and to spread the message wide. Getting the website up and running as fast as possible as first step has been critical, and having it, the introductory video, and the other materials fully accessible to our Spanish-speaking community is of utmost importance. The most important thing right now that we can do during the shelter in place is to focus on messaging and communication so that we can educate and engage all community members and create crucial partnerships with the health and hospitality sectors, and most importantly, with the police department. Vision Zero will make our community safer. I know we are focusing on safety within the current COVID-19 situation, and I applaud the work of our public health department, city staff, elected officials, and all the healthcare workers in their efforts to keep our curve as flat as possible. As we emerge from this crisis and are able to focus on how to return to a new normal, I hope that Vision Zero will be a priority for everyone, and that the new normal will look a little different, a little safer, more accessible, and create a healthier community for all of us. Thank you.
Well said. Any other speakers? Ms. Gorman?
Madam Mayor, no further speakers on this item.
Okay, so we'll open it up to comments or a motion. Ms. Snedden, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would very happily like to move the recommendation for the approval of these funds for Spanish translation and the continuance of Vision Zero. And aside from the motion, just add that a special thank you to Mr. Dayton. I know that this was a concept I wasn't fully understanding of when I first came on council, and he really took the time to explain it to me and bring me on board with it. And once I understood what it is, with that being educated on it, frankly, it's impossible not to be behind it. And I'm very thankful for that, and think this is a real bonus for the Spanish-speaking community to be a part of this as well. Thank you.
Ms. Gutierrez?
I want to second the motion.
Great, thank you. Any commentary? Okay, so good. We have a motion. We'll take a roll call vote.
This is for item number 5, motion by Mayor Pro Tem Snedden, seconded by Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez. Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Snedden.
Yes.
And Mayor Murillo.
Aye. That was unanimous. Thank you so much. We'll close this item with thanks to our Public Works staff and our new consultant. And we will go to item number 6. Ms. Clerk.
Madam Mayor and Council, item 6 is status update on Paseo Nuevo Development Agreement.
Mr. Buell, are you all ready to, and Ms. Connect, ready to make a presentation?
Yes, I am, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, members of the council, I'm George Buell, Community Development Director. And this evening, we're bringing to you an update on our negotiations on a development agreement for the Paseo Nuevo. As you know, the Paseo Nuevo is a large shopping mall in the heart of the downtown between Ortega and Canon Perdido streets on the west side of State Street. And for the purposes of this conversation, it's important to clarify that the property that we're talking about today is not the Macy's building. That's on a separate parcel. It is not the Nordstrom building. That's on a separate parcel. But we're talking about the shopping mall that is situated between those two anchor tenants. And so in addition to Ms. Connect, who's with me here on the screen, behind the scenes, I will share that we have Economic Development Manager Jason Harris, as well as Alan Coton, our economic consultant on the project. He's actually been with the project since 1989, when the project began. And also behind the scenes and presenting later are the team from Paseo Nuevo. And so Sarah and I will start off with the city presentation, and that will segue into the Paseo Nuevo presentation, and obviously followed up with any questions you might have. And so the Paseo Nuevo is the arrangement between the city and the Paseo Nuevo partners is that there's a ground lease with a 75-year term. And it was started in 1989. It expires in 2065 as shown on the screen. And it was transferred to the current owners, the Paseo Nuevo owners, in 2015. It's important here to recognize also that Paseo Nuevo owners currently hold a lease and they control the property that they hold this lease on. So it's very important to understand that fundamental underlying principle, if you will. Next slide, please. As you're all likely very aware, in 2012, the redevelopment agency under which the Paseo Nuevo was developed was dissolved by the state of California. And in 2016, the ownership of the mall, including the Macy's, at that time, the Ortega building or the Macy's building and the Nordstrom parcels, were transferred to the city of Santa Barbara. We fought long and hard for the ability to hold on to that property. Next slide, please. As part of the development agreement, and as you will hear in great detail by the Paseo Nuevo team, there is a renovation project that is now underway. It's a welcome enhancement to the downtown. It will bring people in to shop and people in to dine. It will help further the city's economic vitality goals. And modern amenities are now being constructed and to create more inviting spaces, and will draw more people and more visitors also into the heart of our downtown, which is very important, as evidenced through reports that you have received over the course of the past number of years. And next slide, please. And I believe this is where, yeah, so the renovation project, it is under construction. It was previously approved by the Historic Landmarks Commission. And with that, that concludes my introductory remarks to this item, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Connect. Sarah.
Thank you, Mr. Buell. Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, I'm Sarah Connect, Assistant City Attorney. And just by way of a little bit of a background, and we were before the City Council with this draft term sheet back in February of 2019, but there's been a few new members to the City Council since then, and we wanted to just come back and provide you with a status update and let you know where we've been since then. And as you know, the renovation project that Mr. Buell was just discussing has been underway since then, and I think that they're nearly finished with it. And so the Paseo Nuevo team will discuss that when we turn it over to them. But by way of a little bit of introduction too, as Mr. Buell alluded to, in 2016, after the redevelopment agency dissolved and the State Department of Finance allowed the underlying property to be transferred to the city, the Department of Finance authorized the transfer of the property to the city, subject to those 3 ground leases with the 75-year terms, and what was left on those at the time was about 50 years remaining on each of the 3 leases. But not only the ground leases, but also the monetary obligations that the agency was at that time obligated to continue. And so when we talked, and at that time the property, the leases had been assumed by Paseo Nuevo owners, the ones that now hold the leaseholds. And when we started to talk to them about the renovations that they wanted to undertake, and we were considering the term sheets, we thought, what are the goals with this term sheet? And there were threefold goals that we thought would be important to negotiate with this term sheet. And the first, as Mr. Buell was alluding to, is this renovation project that's now underway. The second main goal is that the leases, they don't have a lot of maintenance and operation standards, and that is what it's caused over the years, the lease to kind of, or the property to sort of decay. The agency didn't have a lot of teeth with regard to what it could enforce in terms of the maintenance over the years. It didn't have a lot of operating standards. It didn't have any ability to review who is going to be taking over the lease and if it was assigned. So we thought that if we could, in a side agreement that, like a development agreement, if we could negotiate some stronger provisions with regard to maintenance and operation, with regard to assignment provisions, those kinds of things that would be important going forward with regard to the remaining 50 years of the lease. The other thing that we thought would be important to negotiate with regard to this term sheet and the underlying development agreement, if we got to that point, would be an opportunity now to try and shift some of those monetary obligations from the city back to Paseo Nuevo owners. So those are the things that we tried to negotiate in this term sheet that I'll walk through in more detail now, and that would then be transferred and be negotiated into this development agreement that we've been negotiating in the past year, and we're about now ready to take back through the more formal review process. So next slide, please. So essentially then the proposal in the term sheet and what would be memorialized in the proposed development agreement, which would be a 45-year term, which would be consistent or concurrent with the terms of the term of the lease, would be and it would end December 31st, 2016, along with the existing leases. It would be, as we talked about, Paseo Nuevo owners would invest this $20 million into the renovation of the mall, and you can see that going on now. I think that they're planning to be finished with that in June. They'll tell you more about that when they speak. The renovation work will be completely finished in 4 years, and there's some tenant improvement work which will be completed in 5 years. Next slide, please. One of the provisions is that it also allows for the city to audit the expenditures of that $20 million, so we can ensure that it is expended as they commit to expending that money in the development agreement. The existing lease provides that the agency and then the city pays for the parking and business improvement area assessment districts, and this would shift that by CPI payments, and that would be taken on by Paseo Nuevo owners in the fifth subsidize some of the employees at Paseo Nuevo's parking. They would agree to take over that obligation on a monthly basis. So that would be between $30,000 and $60,000 annually. In terms of areas where we would provide for additional obligations that aren't covered under the lease, or that we would be providing for increased standards that the lease is currently kind of vague on, we would ensure that the development agreement provides that the center be maintained in a first-class retail manner consistent with specific Southern California retail centers. And we've got the difference between the lease now is it just says that the center is to be maintained in accordance with Southern California centers. We now have a specific list of which those comparable centers are. We also provide for maintenance inspections on a 5-year basis. And if there's maintenance obligations that aren't being complied with, we can impose liquidated damages. We also have an audit procedure with regard to that. Next slide. Oh, I'm sorry, I've gotten ahead of myself on the slides. Sorry, Matt, can you advance slides? Okay. And another one. Go ahead, Matt, you can. Okay. Sorry. Another provision that we've provided for is that what we're terming to be home run protection is if Paseo Nuevo owner sells the leasehold, we're negotiating for a provision in the development agreement that there will be a formula so that the city would share in the excess profits for the first arm's length sale of that. And the specific formula for that hasn't been negotiated at this point. We're still working out the fine points of that, but there would be a formula so the city would share in those profits over a certain threshold amount. So Matt, you can advance the slides now. And then a really important point that we've negotiated in this as well is that in the existing lease, we don't have any right to consent to the assignment provisions in the lease. We're now at a point where they've agreed to give the city some review of who the lease would be sold or assigned to. It's limited, but in terms of who we could approve an assignee, but at least we could review and evaluate the financial qualifications and the management qualifications of a proposed assignee of the lease. So we know who's coming in, who's taking over the ownership of the mall. And that's a very important thing to the city. Okay, Matt, you can, and then these are the qualifications that we would be looking for in terms of an assignee. Another, you can advance the slide. Another point that we've negotiated in the development agreement would be a one-time donation to the city of $200,000 that the city could use for purposes of assisting with our homeless neighbors. And the city could put those funds towards any purpose that it deemed were necessary. At the end of the 45-year term of the development agreement, assuming that all of the material obligations of the development agreement were achieved, then Paseo Nuevo owners would be entitled to exercise a one-time right to extend the lease 28 years. And this right does not vest or does not ripen until the end of the existing term of the lease. So there's no current right to extend the lease. There's only a executory right at the very end of the 28-year term of the development agreement. So there's nothing, if in fact this development agreement terminates for some reason, or if in fact they don't comply with any of the material terms of the development agreement, then this right would lapse. So it's a non-existent right until the very end of the development agreement. But that was something it is something that's important to Paseo Nuevo owners. Paseo Nuevo owners are reimbursing the city for all of our third-party costs in developing the terms of the term sheet and also the development agreement. So they have funded $150,000 towards this effort, and we have not expended all those fees at this point. And just next slide, Matt. So the next steps would be Paseo Nuevo owners and the city will finalize the development agreement. We're still drafting it. Once we're done with that, they'll submit it to the Community Development Department for processing. It goes through the Planning Commission for consideration, public hearing. It then comes back to the City Council for final consideration. And that's our recommendation, is just to receive this status report, and we will then continue with drafting of the development agreement. And as Mr. Beal mentioned, Alan Coton is here. He's been our financial consultant on this. Well, when it was originally with drafting the leases in 1989 and the development and the disposition and development agreement, and Paseo Nuevo owners are also here to make a presentation on the renovation project as well. And if you have any questions, we're available.
Should we have the presentation from our Paseo?
Yes.
Oh, Ms. Sneddon, you have a question for our staff?
It can wait till after the next part of the presentation.
Okay, Mr. Jordan, did you have a question for Mr. Buell or Ms. Connect? No. Okay, Mr. Rude, welcome. So welcome to our meeting, and please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. Appreciate the opportunity for Paseo Nuevo and Pacific Retail to provide everybody with updates. As Sarah mentioned, a year ago, we were in front of Council where we received unanimous support to proceed with the development agreement. At that point in time, we moved forward with the property redevelopment, and in good faith that the development agreement would be completed and executed, we proceeded. Today, we are near completion, and we're moving forward. We'll talk about a little bit on the timeline later on. We love Santa Barbara. It's a terrific place to invest in. As many of people know, retail is a very tough space right now to invest in. We are doing everything in our capacity to move that forward and make the downtown development a place to be and to revitalize it. Right now, putting aside COVID-19 and the impacts that may be forthcoming on the construction side, we're continuing to move forward and advance. We plan on completing the Paseo Nuevo renovation in the summer of 2020 of this year. Kristen Wiedemann, who is also joining us, will talk briefly about the project, and then we'll show this time-elapsed video and a couple slides as well.
Sorry about that. Is Ms. Wiedemann ready right now, or did you have more, sir?
No, I did not. But if Kristen's not on, I can certainly talk about it. But I know she was having a couple technical issues earlier.
We're happy to hear your presentation, or her presentation through you. Thanks.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I mean, we're reimagining the place as we talked about last year. It's transformational. It's attractive. It's engaging. A place that is truly a city center for everybody, all families, all walk of life, the tourists to come, and a place for dwell time. It's a community hub for everyone to enjoy. So what we're going to show you now, and Matt, if you don't mind showing the time-elapsed video to walk you through, and then there's a couple still images after this as well.
You hire really good people. Thank you so much. And I see city staff out there, and I saw Eric Friedman on the council, and Megan Harmon, and everybody else, George Buell from the Planning Department, thank you so much, everybody, for working so hard to take care of this treasure.
3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Well,
Okay, great.
Thank you for
And
that.
Yeah, of course. Hopefully that music livened up everybody a little bit.
It was good.
And then Matt, if you don't mind showing a couple of the slides, we have, I think, 3 or 4 pages on the next deck. And basically it's just a little still slides of what's gone through to date. It was having an open air project, and to keep it open for the downtown and the community, for stores and restaurants and everything else, for accessible during this period, has been a very difficult one and challenging one for the construction team and Kristen Wiedemann and her staff. But they've done an amazing job to have as little disruption as possible to the overall experience of the project. And then it was very important for us to have the project open for the holiday as well. So a lot of things were put in on a temporary measure for holiday as well. So as of January, we started to tear the project back open, and people started to see commencing of construction again. And then Matt, if you don't mind going to the next slide. And then what we're starting to see now is some sparkle, some finishes that are coming in, some lighting, some tile, and some flash. And we'll start to see that over the next couple months. And as I mentioned earlier, we plan on completing the renovation, the main mall renovation, by within the summer of 2020. If you go to the next slide as well. These are some floor tiles. So we're going to start to see a smattering of this. We worked with HLC closely in 2016. If you haven't seen it, I encourage you to walk by the property when it's appropriate, given COVID-19. But we're starting to lay this in as well. And this will be scattered throughout the project as well. Signage is going in, some additional finishes, and then some lighting is coming in as well. I don't remember if this is the last slide or not, if there's no other slides. And then here are some renovations, or excuse me, some renderings that we previewed with everybody here, and as well as with HLC. And so this is just some glimpses of what's more to come. So, and that really completes our update as we know it right now.
We'll take questions from our city council members. Go ahead, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think for Mr. Rude or our team, I just have some questions. I'm confused on the reference to a development agreement that's still being worked on. So is the work that's being done now part of the development agreement, but you're still finalizing the development agreement?
Ms. Connect, is that for you? Yeah.
Sure. Let's see. Don't know why my video is not coming. My video is not coming on.
But we can see you and hear you.
Okay. Okay, good. So we are in the final stages of finishing the drafting of the development agreement. And once it is completed and the application is prepared by Paseo Nuevo owners, it will be submitted to the planning department for processing. Does that answer your question?
No, so the work that's going on right now, is that part of that development agreement?
The work in terms of the renovation project? Yes. That's separate. The Paseo Nuevo owners went ahead and did the renovation project ahead of they went ahead and did it. So it is referenced in the development agreement, and it's part of the development agreement, but they went ahead and did the work.
And then does the development agreement have other renovation or construction projects in it also?
No, it does not.
So it's more of just a legal document between two parties.
It is, but it also references these other facets that I was discussing before with regard to maintenance and operation of the property and the transfer of these obligations.
Yeah.
Exactly, right.
Okay, and then I heard a reference, I saw Mr. Buell pop on there. I keep hearing a reference that they'll be done by December 2020, but there were two other references to other types of work, one that would take 4 years, and then another one that would take 5 years, that's tenant improvements. And I'm confused on what's happening now versus what's not going to be done for 4 years versus what's not going to be done for 5 years.
Right. And let me just clarify, the Paseo Nuevo team, they are obligating themselves to complete the exterior portions of the improvements that you see happening right now. And they are obligating themselves to a certain dollar value of tenant improvements in the shopping center as well. And I'm going to ask for Jonathan to turn his camera back on, and the question that Councilmember Jordan asked is more appropriately answered by you, Jonathan.
As reference to the timeline?
So you're doing work now that you say will be done by December 2020. But there were also references to other work to be done in the future. One category, which I can't remember, was 4 years, and the other category was other tenant improvements for 5 years. So I kind of get the tenant improvements. That's between you and the tenant. But what is the other work that takes place after this year that takes 4 more years?
Well, so there's a couple things on the renovation that we're doing today. We proceeded with that work as a sign of good faith that this development agreement will be executed. We decided to move forward in good faith, given the nature of where we were in conversation with council and also city staff. We took a sign of good faith and a leap of good faith, and we moved forward with that. We also are working very hard and diligently to help the retail and the state of the downtown Santa Barbara of where we are, so we committed to that. And then it's an aggregate, so it's to spend up to that $20 million. What we negotiated then was up to 5 years to invest that capital, and we've been investing that to date. So there wasn't a milestone of 4 or 5 years. It's a maximum up to 5 years to be able to spend the renovation dollars. In addition to that, any tenant allowance dollars to meet the aggregate amount of $20 million.
So I'm pretty sure I saw a slide that said you had additional work to do over the next 4 years. So you're telling me you're ahead of that schedule and you'll be done this year?
On the renovation side, correct. And then in addition to the dollars that we're spending on the renovation, to achieve that $20 million, we have up to that 5-year program, up to that 5-year timeline, to spend additional dollars through tenant allowance or landlord work measures for tenants to go towards that $20 million allotment.
Okay. Not really sure I understand that, or the slide was not really explanatory the way it was explained. And I know you said this like 5 times, and I want to make sure that I understand this. You started on this process with council approval back in February 2019, and you and others have used that phrase good faith. The development agreement isn't done yet, but you have moved forward in good faith and with the investment dollars to get that process moving quicker so that it's done sooner rather than wait for the development process. Is that an accurate description?
That's accurate.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Ms. Snedden, okay, you go ahead with questions.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I just have a couple series of questions, but the first is, could you describe what the public input has been so far, and if there's going to be any further public input? I mean, we're keeping in mind that I think the world has changed since the last time we had a presentation on this, and if you could just speak to the public outreach part and the input that you've gotten so far.
Sure. If Kristen, if you're on, if you want to address that, that'd be great. If not, I can certainly comment on that, on surveys and public outreach.
I'm on. It took me seconds. Sorry about that. Hello, everybody. We have been working for the last, over a year now for the public outreach. We have an online survey that we have well over 1,000 people, all from the Santa Barbara County, who have responded to what we are looking for. Mary Lynn, the marketing director of Paseo Nuevo, and myself have been doing outreach to individuals, business organizations in the downtown area and throughout Santa Barbara. And we have been meeting with the different property owners throughout the downtown core also throughout this.
So is that property owners outside of Paseo Nuevo or business owners?
Yes. We kind of showed the plan for the renovation. We've outlined what we wanted to do, make sure that it was in line with what they see a vision of turning Santa Barbara into. We definitely want to see this renovation as a catalyst to help revitalize the downtown core.
Okay, thank you. And then how is it going right now with the tenants that you have in place? Do you see tenants that you have in the future changing? Are they able to hold on right now? Is there anything that you might be doing to help local tenants hold on, or just an update on that if you have one?
I'm sure we have reached out to every single one of our tenants. We have a resource area where they can go to get resources about all the different aids that are out there. There are in individual discussion with each of the tenants to help see through this turbulent time, both in a positive manner for us and the tenants. We definitely want to see all our tenants survive COVID-19.
Okay, and I just a comment too about seeing that whole area transform during the film festival. That was really magical, and that space being used that way. And I'm just trying so hard to vision into the future that we're going to get there again, where we can be that close to each other. And I'm just wondering, I know this is just for information, but how are you addressing what you think changes might come in the future with COVID and what it's doing? Do you see it as just temporary and it'll go back to normal, or will it affect the types of tenants you're hoping to bring in? Just an
Sure.
update.
Sure, this is Jonathan. I can address that. We own properties across the country, and every single day, our team has been working around the clock essentially for really about the last 5 or 6 weeks on COVID measures. Unfortunately, closing malls down on a temporary basis, and then now we have a plan of attack to reopen these projects on a as needed and a go forward basis. From renovations to operations, we're making measures for COVID-19. We have plans for redesigning and redeveloping the bathrooms here. So there's been a great discussion with our architects on touchless sinks, touchless soap dispensers, doors that can be automated, doors that can be opened without touching the handles and everything else. So the moment you walk on site to this property and all of Pacific Retail properties, we're mindful of that from a cleanliness and a hygiene point of view. We too want to have all the events and activities that we've had historically in the past as well. Our restaurants, we have a team that we've been working closely with different restaurant operators to learn from them and what their experiences have been to date from servicing. And then we also have our website, and then the retailers are also doing pickup and drop off for curbside service for pickup for not only food, but also for retail soft goods, and then also returns as well. So we're thinking through that logistically every single day that we have our teams in place going through that.
And does that change long term what your goals are for the types of tenants or what you're looking for, or you don't know yet?
Long term, we think some of the infrastructure and measures that we're putting in place will be a permanent stay, like the bathrooms and potentially some of the touch points that we're doing and thinking through the projects. Just like the pay machines for the parking meters and stuff like that, we're all trying to have touchless systems like Venmo or Apple Pay and stuff like that. That way you don't have to touch them personally. And we think those measures will be long term. From a tenancy point of view, we don't know. We're monitoring that closely. We have national tenants, national and local, all across the country that, to Kristen's point, have been outreaching and spoken to almost every one of our tenants, certainly every one of our tenants at Paseo Nuevo, to strategize with them on what the short-term and long-term plans are. So the retail environment, I mean, it's been difficult for the last number of years, and COVID-19 will certainly have an impact, an immediate impact. Hopefully it will have a short-lived impact from a retail point of view, but we're taking precautionary measures for that, and we're thinking for the future with these retailers as well.
Okay, and I guess I would just add to that, and this is the question portion, but that I would hope that we change our focus a little bit more to local business. I mean, it's changed. We've changed what we're looking for, and I don't know, Madam Mayor, if it might be in order at some point to schedule a closed session meeting so that we can fully discuss some of these options with new council members. That I don't know. Just want to put that out there that I would welcome an updated closed session. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. Is there another city council member lined up there? Mr. Friedman, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to clarify, this is from the staff presentation. The $300,000 annually that Paseo Nuevo would assume for the parking business improvement, that begins, it hasn't begun, but it would be part of once we sign the development agreement. Is that right?
Yes, Councilmember Friedman, that is correct.
Okay, and then and that would go for all the others. And so if we didn't sign it, then none of that would take effect. So I just wanted to clarify that, and I think that was my only question at this point. Thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions from the council? Mr. Gutierrez, I see you over there. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So you said that you've got plans for the post-COVID world. How come you didn't present those plans to us now, considering how this situation, this crisis that we're in, is kind of changing whether or not we should follow through with the agreement.
On the COVID-19, the plans that we're referring to, we're working on those on a daily basis, as I mentioned earlier, for pickup and drop off. I mean, the restaurants, it changes daily. So the restaurants that we have today have been having them open and making an offering, food offerings for the community and locals. And so, you know, that wasn't in place or thought of a month ago. So those are the types of measures that we're going through. On the renovation side, as the bathrooms are getting renovated, we're talking about all touchless operators and soap dispensers, washing stations, urinals, automatic doors and stuff like that. Those are things that we're implementing. And those are things that we're going through right now. We just tore apart the bathrooms. And so the other planning measures, we're just going through it on a global basis at our company, and those initiatives will be rolling out. We're not ready to discuss exact measures, anything that we have in place. Right now, we've been strategizing on closing the malls, as I talked about before, and then now we're going forward on the motion of how do we reopen these projects in a safety best standards and a best practice to make sure that the community is safe and it's a welcoming environment.
How many years left do you have on the lease currently?
Madam Mayor, this is Sarah. Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez, there's currently 45 years left on the lease.
Okay, so to go back to your current projects of renovating the lot. So are you saying that you had no plans to continue upkeep of the property or renovating the property, knowing that you still had 46 years left? It took a lease agreement to entice you to do that?
Oscar, do you want to answer that question?
Sure, absolutely. So we continue to maintain the property. So it's not like we were not maintaining it. We continue to keep it up and keep it at the current standard. What the project that we presented is showing is that we're actually upgrading the asset, and we're spending significant dollars as part of that upgrade. We view this as a reimagining of the asset. It's going to make it a better place to visit. You're going to see some of the lighting that we placed, some of the flooring that we put in place, some of the detailed touch on the fixtures and the tile. It's not just, you know, maintaining what's there, but it's actually replacing that and going one step above.
So the current different shops that you have there, the actual spaces, are they interchangeable? Let's say one right now currently is a shoe store. Can another business go into that same space and make it into a restaurant, or would that require additional renovations?
That would require additional capital in order to convert that space. And so we are prepared to do that. We do understand that, you know, as part of this renovation, the goal is to bring new and fresh tenants to be a mix of local and local. And as part of that, there would be a amount of cap to some of those spaces and bring those tenants in.
So that kind of adjustability wasn't in the original, that wasn't in your mindset at all to make it more adaptable to the changing markets.
Oh no, we always are. I mean, from the leasing and a retail point of view, I mean, we're always focused on what's next to come, and we're on the forefront of merchandising. So to your point earlier about locals going locals, I mean, we have a local brokerage team that's working on the local front for attracting tenants and restaurateurs and operators. Obviously, we do a ton of community events catered towards the locals and the tourists, but we're constantly top of mind of trying to have the best of class and also look into future operators and tenancies and merchandising.
Thank you.
Any other city council members with questions? Okay, thanks for now. And let's ask the clerk if there's public comment. Ms. Clerk? I can't hear your voice.
Your headset down. There we go. Madam Mayor and council members, we do have two speakers on this item, Jim Nell and Anna Marie Gott. For those members of the public who have called in, if you do wish to speak on this item about Paseo Nuevo, please raise your hand within the application. Okay, Mr. Nell, you'll have 3 minutes. Please unmute yourself and go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, perfect.
Hello? Can you hear
Go
me?
ahead. Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. First of all, I appreciate the presentation by the Paseo Nuevo people, and I think they need to be encouraged. I mean, this is a time where if the city really wants to make a statement, then make a statement at Paseo Nuevo and make a statement that attracts the people that they want to attract on the retail development side and make it happen. And at the same time, take a look at what they're creating. Look at the clean lines, look at the open spaces, and take a look at your State Street. Your state, you're putting Paseo Nuevo in a world by itself, and you're forgetting about State Street. In other words, Paseo Nuevo doesn't front much at all at State Street. They have some retail tenants. Most of their inline space is off State Street, and they're creating an attractive environment. And the city of Santa Barbara has not spent a dime on State Street in 15 years. There's never been any landscape approval or improvements. And so you're allowing Paseo Nuevo to improve itself to be a destination, but you won't put that same time and investment in us on State Street to do the same. It's not a fair comparison, and I shouldn't have to be sitting here saying, make this happen, but leave us alone. I'm saying, make this happen, and in return, show your dedication to State Street by allowing us to do things at a higher level without the involvement and the discouragement of the city that you've got in front of us. Nothing has changed from 3 years ago. Nothing has changed from 5 years ago. There is no fast track program. There is no way to get things done through the city in an expeditious manner. And so you're delaying us in order to even compete with Paseo Nuevo. We don't have a clean street. Our landscaping doesn't look as sharp as that. Our buildings don't look as sharp as that. Why? It's the city process. It's the city process. And until you look at yourselves in the mirror and you tell yourself that you're doing everything you can for the State Street merchants, that will be the day things will change, because you haven't. Same with State Street merchants and State Street landlords. I am no different than Paseo Nuevo. I want to make things better. I want to make things good. I want to make things more attractive for my tenants. But the difference is they have a new building, or a relatively new building. I have buildings that are 100+ years old. But we can compete with that. We as merchants can compete with that. But we need your commitment to make things happen on State Street, not just pockets of State
Thank you,
Street.
Mr. Cannell. Thank you. Your time's up. Next speaker, please, Ms. Clerk.
Madam Mayor and council members, our next speaker on this item and final speaker, unless anyone else raises their hand, is Anna Marie Gott. Ms. Gott, you have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. I would really urge you to take this back to the drawing board and ask a few questions. First of all, did the previous owner follow through with their requirement of actually renovating Paseo Nuevo? No, they did not. These individuals that own the new the Paseo Nuevo now are just actually completing the renovation that was previously a requirement of the old agreement. This is a bad deal for the city in the long term in terms of money. We are going to be on the losing end, especially if you actually go ahead and allow a 28-year option. There's also something else I want to bring up, which is an audit of the parking. You know, the parking structure is supposed to follow the exact same rules that the parking structures that are owned by the city are supposed to follow in regards to the days off when you do not collect monies, as well as the timing. You know, holidays are one of the days in which you are supposed to go ahead and allow free access to your parking. But that isn't the case. They've actually been collecting during holidays. And none of that money should have been collected per the agreement with the city. All of that money should be, one, we should receive an audit to find out exactly what monies that they are receiving on an annual basis, and to find out if they're actually following the agreement, because they're not. And how do I know that? Because my mother actually had to pay on a holiday to park in the parking structures at Paseo Nuevo, when all other parking structures were free. And another interesting thing is license plate readers. This is one of the only parking structures in town with a license plate reader. So they collect the license plates of every single vehicle that come into Paseo Nuevo. I don't believe that we should allow any business to collect license plate numbers, and I think that that should be prohibited in the city of Santa Barbara. We don't know if they sell that information, how that information is or how that information is maintained, and it's a surveillance, technique that people actually use nowadays to find out where people travel, besides cell phone data, are license plate readers. And I would really urge you to go ahead and go back to the drawing board with this particular agreement and really look at the things that I've talked about, as well as making sure that you actually go forward with getting as much money as you can for the city, and that we have local businesses and not retail chains in Paseo Nuevo. Because if not, we're just going to look like a Pasadena. Thank you.
Okay, unless there's another speaker, Ms. Clerk, that'll close public comment?
Correct. No further speakers on this item.
Okay, we're closing public comment, and today is receiving this report and having staff go ahead completing the draft development agreement. And that is a good question. When would we be back in closed session looking at the agreement? And if it was in your presentation, I'm sorry I missed it. Ms. Connect or Mr. Buell?
Pardon me. Yeah, Madam Mayor, members of the council, the development agreement will need to go to the Planning Commission before it goes to the City Council. And I'm going to defer to Ms. Connect with regards to the ability to take that into closed session.
Madam Mayor, let me jump in on that.
Okay, Mr. Klein.
The Brown Act allows closed sessions for only three purposes. One, litigation. Two, labor relations and personnel. Three, real estate transactions. Unfortunately, the development agreement alone is not a real estate transaction within the meaning of the Brown Act. So we, like the Montecito Water Sales Agreement, we are limited in what we can do in closed session.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is it'll go to Planning Commission and then to the council, where we'll discuss it in open session. Okay, thanks. Mr. Jordan, you have a comment?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Just muted. One of the difficulties here is obviously when you bridge council members for projects like this or decisions like this, even not binding decisions. So they were made in 2019, and you've got new council members now. And one of the nuts and bolts issues that I just want to say I'm uncomfortable with is the project is leading the development agreement rather than the opposite way around. There is no development agreement that is leading the project. And in fact, the term sheet that's in front of me, 6-page term sheet that ends with a paragraph that says nothing on the term sheet is binding except one little part of transfer of funds between the applicant and the city. I'm appreciative of that we have a partner, a willing partner downtown that's willing to invest the resources and the time to slog through this project. But I'm concerned that when this does come back on how to remedy what might be mine or other members of the council's desires for the end result or the project and process, when right now it's not defined by anything because it's still in a draft state. So I'm, again, appreciative, but I would say that there's going to be a time in the future where I'm going to have maybe some opinions that are different than the path we took to get there. And that puts me in a real comfortable spot now, because there will be people that question what's going on there now and why, and I don't have a good answer. And it'll put me in a difficult spot then, because the work's already been done and agreed to, even though there was an agreement. So it's just kind of backwards for me from my perspective and my experience. And I guess my constructive criticism would be, I'd like to know more about the project and the agreement rather than less, and at a soon point. So I think that's probably an invitation to Ms. Harms and Ms. Weedman to spend a little more time with me in the future. All right, thanks.
Okay, sounds good. Alejandra Gutierrez, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My comments are very familiar to what Mr. Jordan just mentioned. Since the negotiation started before I arrived, I have a lot of questions, and I want to make sure that I'm 100% clear and I understand this development agreement. But I'm just a little thrown off how there is renovation going on, and it seems like the project is being pushed forward before an agreement is complete. So I'm a little worried there. I also, we need to take in consideration the new norm. We need to take in consideration the economic crisis that we are going to be facing, and how this is going to really help the businesses downtown, not just Paseo Nuevo, but the businesses in the heart of the city. And we need to take in consideration that we want a place downtown where it doesn't just cater to the tourists, but it caters to locals, where anybody, it doesn't matter what your economic status is, you are welcome downtown. And that's basically all I want to say to that.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much. Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate the comments of my colleagues. I just wanted to provide a little perspective, because I was on council back when we heard this a year and a half ago or so. Is we grappled with some of the issues of whether or not to go this route or to kind of wait it out. And one of the things that we were looking at was we wanted to have some investment in the downtown there. And in addition, we had these other terms, financial, that were good for the city, the 300,000 plus the others. And then also one of the major issues was should it get sold again, we had no oversight on who the new partner was. And being able to have some oversight with a new should a new partner come in that could help, that is someone that we think will meet the needs of the city and address some of the issues that my colleagues who just spoke addressed, so we will have some of that oversight again. So those are just things that were, these questions that you asked, they were considered previously, and we do need to look at them freshly in terms of the new reality that we're going to come out of here. But the questions you have were questions we had back then. So just want to add that little bit of perspective for the discussion we had.
That's a good point, Mr. Friedman. I was here too, and I would suggest that council members Jordan and Alejandro Gutierrez and Oscar Gutierrez, if you wanted to meet with the Paseo Nuevo owner representatives, but go ahead, Mr. Gutierrez. That would be my suggestion. If you need more information or if you need to ask them more questions, go ahead, sir.
Sure, thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I think this needs more time. I think they should come to us with a a completely new plan, to be honest, because what they were suggesting before for the lots, the buildings on that lot were just dated. One of them was a theater. I mean, those ideas, if you just track the market of theaters for the last 10 years, they've been on the decline. So to hear them pitch that as an angle to support them was a little disheartening. And I'm a filmmaker myself, so I've been keeping track of the market and how it's been declining, and it just makes me worried about the rest of the mindset that they have for the entire project. So as of right now, I don't feel very confident in what they're presenting us, and yeah, it makes me just want to encourage them to come back to us with something that's more adaptable.
Okay. So thank you. And if you're willing to meet with them, please do. There's a couple of theaters in there, movie theater, and then there was the performing arts space. And so this is a good discussion and lots of good questions. But for today, the recommendation is for us just to receive this report. And Mr. Kahlon, we have to continue preparing a development agreement, if I understand this process correctly, sir?
Madam Mayor, the council's not obligated. As you heard from the ownership group, they've been acting based on the council's good faith last year, but that's not binding.
Okay, Mr. Casey, did you want to weigh in on this? Thank you so much. He's in the chambers with me. Thanks.
Madam Mayor, council members, unless I hear 4 of you saying you want to terminate the preparation of drafting the development agreement, my recommendation is that we continue to go forward. We go to the Planning Commission. We give the opportunity for some who want a deeper dive in with Pacific Retail folks to do so. And continue to allow this process to continue to play itself out. I want to step back and remind everyone what we're talking about is the central part of the mall. We're not talking the Ortega building or the Nordstrom's building. And quite honestly, I think it's really fortunate that we have someone investing this amount of money into the heart of downtown at probably the most critical time for us to be coming out in trying to rejuvenate downtown. But certainly if 4 of you do not want to proceed, let us know now. Otherwise, we will continue to proceed and go to Planning Commission and bring this back to council.
Mr. Jordan?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No, I just want to repeat and maybe clarify. I too am extremely fortunate. I feel extremely fortunate that we have somebody willing to invest the capital in this project. I also want to make it clear too that I don't have a problem with a mall management company that does this for a living telling me that the movie theater is the way to go in the future. These people do this for a living. My trust is in them, and I don't have a problem with that. My unease is just this this flip-flop of a development agreement that's not done yet, while the project that's part of that development agreement is running its course. And in particular, the bullet points that had all of the pluses on the term sheets are kind of at risk on the last part of the term sheet that says none of those are binding. Those I'm just uneasy about that. And I think I think probably if I had to categorize it, I'm really more uneasy about our positioning in this than I am the mall management's investment and their plans. I have great confidence in them to be looking forward for what that's going to look like for the next 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. It's just this unease about process that's kind of gnawing at me. That's all. Thanks.
Okay, good. So it sounds like you're willing to go forward. So am I. I think I heard.
I would not be one of 4 to say stop.
Okay.
No.
Thanks. And then I think I heard Councilmember Friedman saying to go forward. So if there's one more person who wants to keep marching forward, this is the time to speak up, please. Ms. Harmon, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I will be in the marching forward camp, I guess. I think it's really good feedback for the mall operator folks to hear that we are interested and excited about new ideas that reflect the new reality of the world that we are living in post-COVID-19. But I think it's important to recognize that while the terms of the agreement, and Mr. Jordan, you're right, it does have that paragraph saying it's not binding. It was an agreement in principle. And I think that it's important that we honor that. I understand that a lot of folks want to see new and creative uses. I am confident that the mall operators have heard us and certainly want their mall to be more successful or as successful as we want it to be. And it's in their interest as well as in ours to be as creative and as effective with that space as is possible. And I think one thing that's positive to the concerns that have been aired by Mr. Jordan about, whether we will get some of those things that we expect to see in the development agreement, while it may be a risk that we have that terms not binding provision, that also protects us. Because if at the end of the day, we don't see those pieces of the puzzle that we agreed to in premise, that gives us some flexibility down the line. So I think that it's important to keep in mind that works both ways. It does serve to protect us in some ways as well. So I would like to see this move forward. I hope that the folks from the mall heard us, that we want to see new creative use of that space. And I have every confidence that you want to see that as well. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thanks. Ms. Sneddon, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't have much to add. I wanted to come in as another one who wants to see this move forward. I think a lot of things have been at play, and I am grateful that this is moving forward at this time. I'm grateful that they continue to honor HLC and working with us on those fronts, and then echoing Councilmember Harmon's comments there too, that we would welcome innovative and creative looks at those spaces as the times are changing, and really appreciate that some of that's already been done, and really encourage the continuance of public outreach. I think it's going to be really important to have that support from the community when it comes to that, and also to Mr. Cannell's statements about looking at how it integrates with all of State Street right now is going to be really important, that this isn't one competing factor when we are really concerned with our whole downtown. So that's also an invitation to work closely with Mr. Harris and with our new economic development, and really integrating this into the whole downtown corridor. But thank you for the report on this, and I welcome these updates at however often they come as we're moving forward on it.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? And I do encourage any council member, new or old, to get in touch with Ms. Wiedemann, Mr. Rude, through our community development department. Get all your questions answered and give them your input as well. Okay, we'll go ahead and close this item. Thank you, Ms. Clerk. We have one more on our administrative agenda, which is number 7. Ms. Clerk, can you read that into the record, please?
Yes, item 7, focused work effort to facilitate downtown housing development.
This could be Mr. Buell coming back, I think, or is it Ms. Brooke? There, our city planner. Welcome and thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and good evening. Happy to be here. So I'm here, I have a pretty brief presentation, but I'm here at the council's request to present to you staff's recommendation if council wanted to put forth a focused work effort to facilitate housing in the downtown. So that came out of last week's meeting. Specifically, it would be a narrowly focused work effort to prioritize already identified amendments to the AUD program, and we're looking specifically at those that would affect the Central Business District. Go ahead, next slide, please. So next slide, most of you will recall We've been talking about amendments to the AUD average unit size density incentive program for more than a year. But at the end of last year, we had both a joint work session with the Planning Commission and City Council, and then a follow-up meeting with City Council where we talked about these broad topics. But from those broad topics, the council took a straw poll vote on about 20 different items, specific direction to staff about how to amend the AUD program. And we had anticipated that it would take us about a year to complete those amendments. And so we had planned to work through public outreach this year and get them back to you in December of 2020. Next slide, please. So, but even since then, more recently, we've talked about how could we expedite that timeline faster than December 2020. And so we looked at places where we could tighten up our timeline with that full package of amendments and thought we could, through an expedited effort, get those to council September this year. That would involve a little bit less public outreach than we typically do in our city planning process. So we might not have a full-scale public workshop, but it might be targeted outreach to certain stakeholders on some of the more technical aspects of the AUD amendments. And we would have to assume just one planning commission meeting in July. But we're prepared to get that full package of amendments to council by September of this year. And then next slide, please. And then last week, as part of the coronavirus update, Mr. Harris gave a presentation about some economic recovery efforts that he intends to work on, and then longer term efforts to continue wanting to facilitate housing downtown. We've been talking about that for a couple of years now. How could we amend our development standards to facilitate increased density, change development standards to allow higher density housing downtown and make that an attractive investment for property owners and developers. So council asked staff to return to you tonight, and we've put together what we believe out of those amendments that you gave us prior direction on, not coming up with anything new or different, but we looked at that package of amendments and pulled out the ones that are downtown focused. And I believe there's about 6 different development standards we've identified that focus on the central business district that were in your council agenda report, and I'll briefly cover this evening. But the intent is that it's a smaller subset of amendments, and so with that we can produce those amendments faster and proceed them through public hearings. We would not do any additional public outreach because the amendments we've identified, council had already directed us to do. It's really a matter of getting the ordinance amended, getting that drafted, doing the environmental review, and then with council's direction, we would proceed through public hearings as fast as we could. So the next slide starts to lay out the 6 points that we believe we could do at an even more accelerated timeline. The first subject has to do with the density. So back when we were discussing amendments to the AUD program, both Planning Commission and staff had presented to council of adding high density in the priority housing overlay throughout the entire central business district. Right now, there's this area that is referred to as the donut, and I'll show a map in a little bit, where it's just a medium high density designation in that downtown core, especially along State Street, and then in the Brinkerhoff Historic District. There are other pockets of the central business district that are not within the priority housing overlay. And so what was presented to council in December was filling in that entire district area with priority overlay. Through council direction, though, what we would be working on based on your direction in December is adding high density and priority overlay throughout most of the central business district, but not doing that in the Brinkerhoff Historic District and not doing that in the 2 potential historic districts on Lower Castillo Street and Lower De La Vina Street. And I'll show you maps of those 2 areas that were discussed with council in December. So next slide, please. The second development standard has to do with parking requirements in the central business district. Right now for AUD developments, there's a requirement of at least one parking space per unit. Parking is a huge factor in site design. And when we're talking about putting housing downtown, to use up that much of the site with parking just eliminates the opportunity for additional units. And so council was very clear with unanimous direction to staff to, within the central business district, rather than providing parking on site, developers would be given the option to pay an in lieu fee. And so it could be a number. When we had our economic advisor develop dollar figures, it was anywhere between $10,000 and $20,000 a parking space. The developer would pay into a fund that would be used to provide other amenities rather than providing the parking on the site. Also, what goes along with that is unbundling the parking. It's sort of, it almost goes without saying that that happens when there's not parking provided on the property. Right now, the code states that for all the parking provided on the property, at least one space needs to be designated per unit. Unbundling it means that there's just freedom for the market to determine how many parking spaces a particular tenant wants to have. They don't want to have any parking spaces, they don't need to pay additional for that, whereas other tenants might want more. And so it allows that just freedom of parking provision for housing downtown. Next slide, please. Then the last component of the building standards that we'd be changing in the central business district is we received direction based on requests from local architects to increase the height limit from 45 feet to 48 feet in the CG and MC zones. Those are commercial zones downtown within the priority housing overlay. And I want to just quickly explain the overall maximum height limit downtown is 60 feet. In 2013, when the AUD program was adopted, it was dropped to 45 feet as a maximum, but a developer could request to go up to 60 feet if it was determined that the housing was a community benefit project. And rental housing, even market rate rental housing, is a community benefit project. So in talking about these numbers, 45 feet versus 48 feet, I don't want there to be any confusion. There is still an ability for a developer to request up to 60 feet in these commercial zones. We just haven't seen someone do that yet. So, but this recommendation would allow even that beginning point to go up to 48 feet. So then the additional 12 feet between 48 and 60 feet would be the special ask of Planning Commission. And then we talked about eliminating open yard requirements on properties just between Chapala and Anacapa Street in the central business district. And that's really to facilitate reuse of existing buildings and trying to maximize how many units could be put downtown. So this is a really narrow part of the central business district, but it's in such close proximity to State Street and really what we call the living room of Santa Barbara. We believed, and City Council, majority of City Council advised that they were open to pursuing that amendment. And then the last, next slide, please. The last topic, which is sort of an administrative change. It's not specific to downtown necessarily, but it's another directive that we were working on. We were planning to go to hearings actually on this in April, but then things shifted. We would, through the course of these amendments, eliminate reference to a 250 unit cap on the AUD program, which is what we were directed to do. What would remain is the reference to an August 2021 end date for AUD. It was an either or 250 units or 8 years. And so the 8 years would remain in place. But I want to reassure you, as we have all along, that we intend to make amendments, all of these amendments to the AUD program before August 2021. But to the extent that it allows some people some reassurance that that the AUD program won't necessarily go away until then, and we'll go ahead and remove that 250 unit reference. And then I want to get into some maps of on the next 3 slides here. So the first slide shows, this is the existing AUD program map. So in case you can't see the legend, anything that's colored on this map is an area where multifamily housing is allowed. Anything you see in white is either single family or duplex zoned, or it's parkland or owned by government entity, or somehow otherwise housing in general is not allowed, or multifamily housing is not allowed. So anything colored multifamily housing is allowed. The orange is the medium high density. So that's areas where up to 27 units per acre are allowed. The red is the high density, which allows up to 36 units per acre. And then anything with the hatch mark on it is the priority overlay. And that's where a developer could get up to 63 units per acre if it meets one of the priority housing categories. And that's rental housing, employer sponsored, or co-op type housing arrangement. So this is the existing map. The next slide focuses in on downtown, and it's the same map. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. It's the same map. It's just zoomed into downtown. So it's just showing you all those colors and hatch marks zoomed into the central business district, which is that hashed black sort of dotted outline downtown. And then the next slide shows the recommended changes within the central business district that council directed. So again, focused on the central business district, you saw that many of those parcels that were previously orange have become red with the hash overlay, except for down in the bottom middle part of the slide, there are some parcels that reverted from red and hash mark to an orange, and that's the Brinkerhoff Historic District and the 2 potential districts on De La Vina and Castillo Street. So Matt, if you don't mind toggling back and forth between these 2 just a couple times to see the change. So that, yeah, right, exactly. So that's the existing, and then existing in the proposed. Great, and this is just showing you the downtown changes. So this isn't showing anything on Haley or Milpas at this point. Okay, and then next slide, please. So, oh, thanks. So, based on council direction last week, staff quickly pulled together, again, what we thought we could do in a quicker timeline. Next slide. And identified these downtown specific amendments and did our best to determine how quickly we could get them through drafting, environmental review, and the public hearing process and back to council. We believe we can do that by the end of July. Again, we've made our best attempt to identify what we think responds to what council requested, but we're here to receive that feedback and answer any questions you might have. The next slide shows the 2 timelines side by side. So the expedited full package is if staff were to move forward with all the direction that council provided to us in December with all the straw polls, we believe we could get through the public hearing process and the focused public outreach and working with AVR and HLC and stakeholders on the Florida lot area ratio concept, which would be left out of the downtown focused package. We could do that by the end of September. Shifting to the far right column, if we stayed focused right now on just amendments that have the biggest impact downtown, we could do that by the end of July. What that means is that there's some other parts of these amendments that would trail. And so by putting all of our effort on the downtown focused, it's going to extend the entire set of amendments beyond September. We think it might be early next year. And then the very last slide just shows the next steps that we would do after council direction today. We would very quickly continue drafting the ordinance amendments. We had started that, finished with the environmental review based on the scope of work that is decided on this evening. We need legal review with the city attorney's office, and then again, going through planning commission and ordinance committee. And then once that package of amendments is done, we would be working on the remaining amendments, and that will take several more months to finish that. So that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer questions. Daniel Golet is also available, principal planner, should you have any questions for him. And Rob Dayton, I believe, is, if he's still on.
Okay, so I will remind the council that when we agreed to bring this back this week, that we were talking about the schedule and how quickly we would move, and if this council preferred the longer time frame. Mr. Jordan was mentioning that if we're under the pandemic and we're trying to reopen our economy, that having something more quickly responsive to the downtown housing and vitality, that he wanted to, put the pedal to the metal. So that's the question. And I know people are going to ask whatever they want and make comments however they want. But I thought that we had made it clear that we weren't going to make wholesale changes to this process. So we do have new council members, and I think there's an opportunity for them when we're agendized, actually, to talk about the nuts and bolts of it. But that's how I would frame this going forward, knowing you all are going to ask whatever you want. So, Ms. Harmon, this is the question period, please, because I think we have public comment. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Oh. If you don't, Madam Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Oh, Ms. Ostringer, you want to say something? Go ahead, please. Let her go.
I did. I just wanted to add some information to Ms. Brooks' presentation. As you know, when you gave your recommendations with regards to the full package AUD amendments, there was a consideration with regards to a Milpas priority housing overlay. You've directed staff right now to expedite and generally focus on the downtown area. But I wanted to just remind the council that under the Housing Crisis Act, if we remove housing, like removing the priority overlay from Milpas, we need to have a place to replace it. And we had contemplated that that would be the donut hole from the Central Business District. So if council's not considering removing the priority overlay concurrently with adding from Milpas, while we're adding it to the donut hole, we need to put something in an ordinance that identifies that we're reserving those units that we'll be taking away and adding them and supplementing them with the new units that we'll be getting in the donut hole area. If we don't do, that's a little bit, since it's supposed to be done concurrently, that's a creative way of getting around separating Milpas. And that's not to say if for some reason the housing, the HCD didn't agree with that we couldn't, when we discuss floor area ratio at a later date, if you were to take two separate packages, that we couldn't necessarily replace them there. But I just wanted to make you aware that when we had contemplated all the AUD amendments, removing priority overlay from Milpas, which council in their straw poll agreed to 5-2, we had anticipated concurrently adding the donut hole with the priority overlay to make it kind of a one-for-one no net loss. So I just wanted to make sure that you all understood that when you're considering both packages in front of you. Thank you.
So for the new people, then you're saying if we decrease the density along the Milpas corridor, it has to go somewhere else because we're under a state mandate to have a certain number of housing units zoned for and actually built in some cases. So, okay, so then that's part of the discussion today I think is what you're suggesting. Okay, so Ms. Harmon, you're first, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple of quick questions. I really, really appreciate the effort to bring this back so quickly and so thoroughly. First, I know that when we took our straw poll in November, there was unanimity with regard to lowering the threshold for projects to go to Planning Commission from 15,000 to 10,000 feet. And I'm wondering, or square feet. Sorry, I don't remember the exact term we used there. But is that something that we could include in this package very quickly and easily? I think it seems to be an administrative item. And I'm wondering whether that was considered in this package of downtown amendments.
Ms. Brooke, go ahead, please.
Yes, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Harmon, we did consider whether or not that could be included and still be expedited as quickly. It's not downtown specific. It would be changing the decision maker for any multi-unit housing project on whatever lot size is determined. And we don't have a land use permit set up, a land use permit process set up for Planning Commission to be the decision maker. So we need to develop the process and the findings for that. So it would take extra work to do. It did get unanimous support. It's something we would definitely intend to do. It's just when we were trying to decide what can be done very quickly and what might take a little longer, it didn't make the cut. But
okay,
open to your direction.
That makes sense to me. Thank you very much. And my final question is just, I want to just clarify with regard to public opportunity to hear these amendments. There were multiple public meetings before the November meeting. There are a couple at Planning Commission, right, regarding these. So it's not as if these have not ever been heard by the public before, correct?
Very true. Yes, we had two public workshops, I believe in April and July last year, and then hearings with the Planning Commission, and then the joint Council and Planning Commission meeting, and then follow-up meeting with Council. So we had multiple public hearings and workshops last year on this package.
Okay, and we're not skipping, in terms of getting ordinance amendments passed, we're not skipping any of the formal meeting requirements if we were to move forward with the expedited timeline, right?
Correct.
Cool. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Sure.
Okay, Ms. Sneddon, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I certainly have a lot of comments on this, but I'll reserve those for later. But for question, I have a genuine question about, we've mentioned this straw poll multiple times. And so like, for real, what is the purpose of having a straw poll? Is it like, how is it interpreted by staff? Is that sort of a placeholder, or is that considered like direction from council? We were a different council. We were actually a different planning commission. How does staff treat a straw poll, which is what this was? And what does that mean to you as staff? And I have to always apologize that we're all over the place with these amendments and how it shapes and comes forward. And I just want to acknowledge that staff has gone in all these different directions for us. So straw poll, how much weight does that have?
Sure, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Sneddon. So we used the straw polls because we had a number of very distinct questions to ask about amending the ordinance. And so it did give us direction, but understanding that we still have to draft the ordinance and take that through the public hearing process. So there's opportunity to further change that down the road, but it gives us a place to start the drafting process. It's an indication to staff of where we think council would go. It was a different council. Mr. Jordan was a carryover though from the Planning Commission discussions. And so in that regard, we have someone who's familiar with this discussion and did give input last fall as well. But it's not as, it's a good indication to staff that gives us a starting point to draft the ordinance. And then we take it through the public hearing process.
So, I will say for myself, my understanding of a straw poll was general direction-ish, and that it was not at all binding. And there were certainly things that we rushed through because, well, it's just the straw poll phase and we still have a lot of public comment coming and a lot of drafts to look at. So I appreciate that perspective too, that it from you of what a straw poll means. And if any of my colleagues have a different understanding of straw poll, I'd appreciate hearing that also. Thank you.
Okay, so you're good. So we'll go to Mr. Jordan, but the straw poll, what to me was a way just to have everybody say, it was a vote. It was a vote. Did you want to put this forward, or do you agree with this? So, I appreciate what you're saying, that it was called a straw poll, but we were voting on the different items, and it took a long time, and it was a good process. Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd echo your description of a straw poll, but it also serves another purpose as to helping staff get a clear understanding of where to apply their resources versus just spin their wheels and not really know where to apply their resources. So that's the start of it. And these always come back for the whole process anyhow of public hearing, discussion, and you have to make a decision. No decisions made already. Ms. Brooke, thank you very much. My wife told me to be good cop this week, not bad cop last week. So I really appreciate the work you guys did. I listened to her religiously. I just have a couple why nots, and one of them is the one that Megan or Councilmember Harmon already mentioned. Didn't Planning Commission used to make the findings on every AUD project, and eventually that was seen as a burden and a slowing down of the process added to the expense, and we took that decision making away from them to try and facilitate those projects to get through the system faster?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Jordan, it was actually the reverse. But you're right that before the AUD program and when we were seeing condominium projects, those go to the Planning Commission because they involve a tentative map. So they do have a long track record of being the final decision maker on multi-unit family housing. It's just with the shift to rental housing that doesn't require a tentative map, there was nothing that triggered Planning Commission review. And through the drafting of the AUD ordinance, it was thought at the time that making ABR and HLC the decision maker would help expedite the decision-making process. So in 2013, that's how it was drafted, ABR and HLC. It was about a year and a half into the process that we saw the struggle that the design review boards were having with these larger projects and being the final decision maker, that then we amended it and directed those projects on the larger lots to go to Planning Commission just for comments.
For comments only. Yeah, it's a little more complicated than Ms. Harmon explained it, because you're not just talking about crossing out 15,000 and making it 10. You're also asking the planning, well, you're also letting the Planning Commission be the decision maker, whether coming up or going back down to the design boards.
Right.
And which to
I
me,
think Ms. Ostranger has something else to say.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, Commissioner Councilmember Jordan.
Thank you.
Old habits die hard.
Yep.
I just wanted to also let you know that it's under our charter that the HLC and the ABR have to approve all applications before a building permit can be issued. So that's their final design approval is required. So that was the one thing that a project with Ms. Brooke was trying to say is what kind of design, what kind of review is the Planning Commission going to give when ultimately the final approval is going to, for the exterior and whether a building permit can issue, lies with the ABR and the HLC.
Right, but wasn't the tension always there that exactly what you said, design review, but not land use review? And the tension was always that the people who were making land use, parking, types of uses, types of considerations were operating under that purview of a design review approval status, and that caused the tension with those projects, right? That's what led to the suggestion of getting some of these back in front of the Planning Commission, and not for comments, but for some type of decision oversight, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and Renee, Ms. Brooke, and so is that the crux of why it would be something that doesn't make the grade of being bolded, is that defining that role of the planning commission in those decisions would take time rather than just, we're not, because I agree with you. I don't think anybody in the planning commission wants to just give comments ever again, right? Never. And so, but is defining the role of what that looks like when it's not just comments, but it's also part of the decision process. Is that what the time burden is here that keeps it off this expedited list?
Councilmember Jordan, it is, and I'll try to explain very quickly why it adds time. I mentioned, so we don't have any other type of land use permit in our ordinance right now. There's no reference to that. So we need to create that. It causes amendments throughout other parts of the ordinance that aren't just development standards. It would go into our administrative section of the code, and then we need to define what findings Planning Commission has to make that are different from the design review findings. Because right now, ABR and HLC make compatibility findings, and Planning Commission would need to make, larger scale, like land use compatibility findings, and we haven't drafted those yet.
Parking findings, right?
Right,
Yeah.
perhaps,
Okay.
right?
And so the fallback is that component, you still see you potentially could have that done by the end of September. It just wouldn't be on the expedited list, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And again, just because it's not downtown specific, but.
I get that. No, I get that. It just, I have a comment, but I'll go past that. The other question I had is, I recognize that you guys are just whipping yourselves to get through this as quick as you can, and I appreciate that. And then I just question when there's a page in the staff report that has once it gets prepped up and it's ready to go to ordinance committee, and once it's ready to go to city council. And so I am fearing that that's just a normal template spacing. So the draft council CAR would get there June 2nd. Something called the display art deadline would be June 5th, but then it wouldn't actually get to the ordinance committee until June 23rd. So I don't understand the gap between June 2nd and June 23rd. And if that specifically involves other departments like city administrator, legal, my question is, when you look at those dates there, and then when you look at those dates after it gets out of ordinance committee, with the proviso that it only visits there once, I get that, but it has the same kind of almost 3 weeks kind of delay to get to full council. And could we, if everything goes well and it's just a meeting at each one of those, or one stop, could somebody accelerate that too, that's kind of following on your efforts to accelerate, or is that just going into a normal template spacing?
Councilmember Jordan, the dates in the council agenda report follow our normal CAR preparation deadlines, and gives us a week after the previous hearing to make any adjustments to the ordinance itself or the staff report coordination on that. Otherwise, then yes, it's about the 3-week run up that we have built into the CAR deadline. So if there was to be any tightening of that, it would require pretty concerted effort of multiple departments.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Ms. Brook.
Okay. Ms. Gutierrez, I saw you had your light on for a little while. Go ahead. Okay, go ahead. Questions?
Madam Mayor, I have a random question. Do we know how many AUDs are proposed in the east side?
That is certainly something that staff can get to you pretty quickly. Ms. Brook, do you have a quick answer?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez, I don't right off the top of my head. We do have a map on our AUD webpage that shows the location of all the projects. I don't have access to that right now, but it's something I could get to you quickly, or I can send you an email with a link to that so you have that information.
Thank you. That'd be nice. Thank you.
And while the two of you are interfacing, Ms. Brook, I'm remembering that you sat down with each council member and you went through all of these amendments when we were still just thinking about them, and that would be a good thing to do with our newest council members. And you're right, though, that Mr. Jordan is a holdover, and we get to benefit from him being a planning commissioner and now a council member. So if there's no other questions at this point, we'll ask the clerk if there's public comment. Folks, callers hanging on.
Madam Mayor and council members, we do have 3 persons that have raised their hand to speak on this item. Members of the public, if you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand within the GoToWebinar app and we will call on you. We have Anna Marie Gott, Fred Sweeney, and Richard Clausen, and Brian Cernell, and also Cassandra Ensberg. We will start with Ms. Gott. You have 3 minutes. Please unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. I would just recommend that we actually not make any decisions about the timeline. The reason being is that we live in a new world. We have a new reality of what, of how people are going to interact with, their housing and their towns moving forward, and what type of housing that they actually want. Some of the last discussions that we've had to do with micro units, little units that were under 300 square feet that didn't have a balcony, and AUD units that didn't even have any open space. That was one of the things that was discussed last year. I think that we have to re-envision Santa Barbara again, and we need to actually consider holding off on making any decisions moving forward, because there are a lot of things that are going to change, especially with regards to transportation. We may not have the same type of transportation system that we had in the past. People may be fearing to actually go and use an MTV bus, even if we have funding to keep our lines going. Individuals, as I said, might want open space. We might want to really consider something that Peter Rupert said in last week's meeting, which is we may have too much commercial space. If you recall, some of you, in 2015, San Diego actually did a study, and they looked at the first floor of commercial versus residential on top. They had all of these empty spaces because what had happened was people went, they built buildings, they had a ton of commercial space on the bottom, but there was no one to rent it. So a lot of those spaces actually ended up eventually being turned into housing, and they had to go through a many-year process to actually do that. And one of the things that they found out was that the loans were actually more expensive because they were mixed use, and that the residential units were paying about $19,000 more to be built and to service the loans compared to the commercial, because the people that were giving the loans were devaluing the commercial. And they were right, because those commercial spaces were empty. If you recall, the Mark had an empty space for their commercial for well over a year before they ever rented it out. It is now a gym, and now it's probably not going to be a gym anymore because of the pandemic. It also required a substantial amount of parking, which they were not able to provide. So I think we really need to rethink how you want to do this, especially when we have so little community input right now because of the pandemic. And we really need to rethink how this process actually moves forward and really consider opening this up again over the summer when we're out of our homes.
Thanks so much for your comments. And next speaker, please.
Madam Mayor and Council, our next speaker is Cassandra Ensberg. And after her, Fred Sweeney, Richard Clausen, and Brian Cernell. Ms. Ensberg, you have 3 minutes. Please unmute yourself and go ahead.
Let's see, how do I unmute? Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
No?
We can hear you, Ms. Ensberg. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Ensberg, it sounds like you might not be able to hear us. We'll put you on pause and we'll come back to you. You may need to turn down the volume on your television. So next we'll go to Fred Sweeney. Mr. Sweeney, you have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. Fred Sweeney, glad to see that you're all well and in play. It's good. Could someone go to the slide on the schedule? Because that's what the purpose of this discussion is today. And I'm a little concerned about the public outreach component that was scheduled for the CBD package that's going to try to be expedited. And that public outreach has been eliminated. And so I'm concerned that there may not be enough, most of us in the public have to do all this in 3 minutes. And so it takes a lot of 3 minutes to get into the weeds on some of this stuff, because I think the details are going to be really important about whether this AUD ordinance is successful or not successful. And so not having that is a concern, particularly when I think I heard Ms. Brooks say that the floor area ratio is not going to be discussed as a part of the CBD component. And I think that's going to be really important about whether or not it's successful. And I'm still, as you know, concerned about the in-between spaces, the edge conditions, solar access, and open space. I would encourage staff at some point to also include language or comments based on the fact that we're now facing this pandemic. As some of you may know, there was some very lively discussion in the LA Times over the weekend about a potential backlash to the density requirements from the state because of the pandemic. Certainly, yes, we're not New York City, we're not even Los Angeles, but it is a concern, and we probably should have let the citizens know that we are paying attention to that issue. So I would hope that the other concern, I'm terribly concerned about Milpas Street. I think it always gets the second end of any improvements. I would encourage all of you as council to walk that street, both sides, see how difficult it is to deal with Milpas, and certainly any AUDs, as we've already seen with 7-Eleven Milpas, is going to have an impact. So those are the things that we're watching. We have been participating in the HLC and ABR issues on AUD. We struggled through one that's proposed for Delavita Street last week, where solar access and open space are a big concern, and certainly the size and the impact it has on historic districts that may go away as these things get put in place. Thank you.
Very good. You were just under 3 minutes. Good timing. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is, Madam Mayor and Council, next speaker is Richard Clausen. After that, Victoria Fayente, then Brian Kernall and Cassandra Ensberg. Mr. Clausen, you have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of council. Kudos to the city and staff for your substantial effort to include the public in ongoing meetings and deliberations during the pandemic and before as well. I think the success of online meetings like this, and I do consider them to be a success, is evidence of that effort. I find it a stark curiosity then that the downtown focused package eliminates public stakeholder outreach as a timeline milestone, notwithstanding Ms. Brooks' explanation. Further, ABR and HLC reviews also listed in the original ordinance amendments discussion and which allow additional public input are not included in the timeline for either expedited package. We all know well that city documents take on additional inertia as they advance through the process. To mix a metaphor, by the time either expedited package reaches the Planning Commission hearing, that hefty ocean liner is moving in its chosen direction, and there is little chance to nudge it off path, certainly not by public input in 2 or 3 minutes halfway through the timeline. Council members must recognize the project milestones in the staff report table are somewhat subjective staff choices. Staff has picked winners, those included milestones, and losers, those excluded. For example, I believe eliminate the open yard requirement on properties in a portion of the CBD did not receive a supermajority council vote at the December 10 meeting, and yet it is included in the bold and presumably added to the downtown focused package. A choice I believe would have substantial public opposition. In summary, I believe any expedited package should include public outreach and other opportunities for public input. Please don't let public input be one of those losers. The council should not be seduced by the allure of an extremely shortened timeline. Thank you very much.
Okay, very good. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Victoria Valiente. Victoria, you have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Madam Mayor and council members, there's been a lot of criticism of the AUD program, specifically that it hasn't produced the intended results. Never mind the fact that high-density housing with little to no parking is a terrible idea, especially in this global pandemic landscape. Does anyone think that things are going to get back to normal in the near future? I believe that this is the new normal, even if a vaccine is ever developed. It's likely that state mandates will be adjusted. We need to hold off on these projects rather than expedite. The AUD program's intent was to provide much needed workforce housing that is denser, more compact, therefore affordable by design. Unfortunately, it has done the opposite. How is that? The housing provided is actually pretty nice. The compact design allows space for the developer to include some nice amenities. Completed AUD projects command rents that are actually higher than market rate rents, which are pretty high. So, do existing AUD projects provide housing for the Santa Barbara workforce? It seems that these projects, like the Mark, Arlington Village, and others, charge rents that only an exclusive few can afford. I understand that future projects include micro units. Most likely, they wouldn't interest higher salaried Santa Barbara workers. They'd expect more space. So these new units will bring in more population to Santa Barbara from LA and all over the world looking for the Santa Barbara experience. It seems that the Santa Barbara workforce will still be looking for housing, increased need, and even further demand. Expedited high-density development is not appropriate at this time. Thank you.
Very good. Next speaker.
Madam Mayor and council members, next speaker is Brian Kernall. You have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Madam Mayor, members of council, thank you. I want to thank staff for doing this. We've been at this a long time. I'm going to be a counterpoint to the last speaker because I believe, right now it's hard to be optimistic. There are immense uncertainties about our economy, and what we need right now amidst this uncertainty is to press forward with a master vision for our community, especially our downtown, that incentivizes the creation of housing, ensuring our future economic and social vitality. We know that housing will remain a crisis well after COVID-19 subsides. We know from many studies that housing is fundamental to our downtown health and survival. It was November of 2017 that the local AIA chapter did its charrette, which focused on creating a vision for our downtown, and housing was identified as a critical missing piece. What we're talking about here is moving forward with important incentives for the community to know that you, the council, are committed to housing in our downtown. These are things that we have debated at length. It's been a long community process, which culminated in December of 2019, and here we are 5 months later. So I don't consider this expedited, but I appreciate that staff is moving this effort forward. I want to speak to just a few of the items. I think that staff has done an amazing job actually to focus this on the CBD. I do want to make one comment about the open yard requirement that's important for people to understand. There are very specific open yard requirements relative to balconies and open space and that sort of thing. We're not talking about, although the open yard requirements would be eliminated, It does not mean there is not going to be open space provided for these units. I guarantee you that will happen because developers will do that for amenities. But I do want to recommend that instead of it being between Chapala and Anacapa, I think it should be in the CBD. That makes this simple, that makes it CBD focused, and we don't have this additional narrow thing. Again, you're not going to lose open space or open yard area for residents if you do that. I'm really looking forward to the conversation about taking these projects to PC. I think that's important because that's where public comment should go. And the AIA is looking forward to working with staff on all these other items to make this community a much better place in our new reality. Thank you.
Thanks. Next speaker, is it Ms. Ensberg?
Madam Mayor, it is Ms. Ensberg. Let's see if we can connect with her. I just wanted to confirm, Commissioner Escobedo, you are on, but you have not raised your hand. Please do so if you wish to speak on this item. Ms. Ensberg, let's try you again. Ms. Ensberg,
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear
Are
you.
you?
Can you hear us?
We can
You
hear
can?
you. Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mayor Murillo and City Council staff and neighbors. I first want to thank City Council for their bold leadership last week that helped to get us to this place today. Second, I want to commend the staff for their quick response in preparing and presenting the report and the options today, outlining a focused work effort to facilitate downtown housing development. Brian Kernell has just very eloquently, spoken, and I agree with everything that he has said. So I will just say that I agree. I will just add also that more than ever, housing has to be a top priority, especially affordable housing and for those with lower income. No matter what happens, we need housing. However this COVID thing goes, we need housing and we don't have enough. So I am very supportive of this. Many of us are fortunate to have a nice house to live, but I'm acutely aware of the many who are not so fortunate. So again, housing is a key to our health, welfare, happiness, and prosperity. We have to move forward. I also fully support the letter that you received from AIASB. I hope you all got that. Sorry it didn't come faster. It's been a lot going on pretty quick these days. And I support the downtown focus package. I urge council to come together and unanimously support the downtown focus package and give needed incentive to help Santa Barbara move forward with more housing and vitality to our downtown. So that's all I have to say. Thank you so much. It's great to see you, even if it's this way. Thank you very much, and I hope that you will move this forward. And thank you, Ms. Gorman, for helping me get online.
You're welcome.
Thanks. Yes, Ms. Gorman's awesome. Any other speakers?
Madam Mayor, no further speakers on this item.
Okay, so we did public comment, we did questions. So, okay, so this is the comment time. Go ahead, Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have to say this fully. The AUD is a package, and we've been consistent with looking at it as a package. You pull one string, the rest of it shifts and adjusts. I know when this was coming through, even on a straw poll, that there were some things I was so uncomfortable with, but because something else in the package allowed for some movement, then I could move on some things. And it came through, yes, a lot of discussion and coming to consensus in places, but still there were a lot of areas that did not have a super majority. They were straw polls, and with the full expectation, I had the full expectation that there would be thorough public outreach and workshops. I cannot support truncating that process and any form, even expedited, but cutting out meetings. And even by this meeting today, we're not having our usual public input. I mean, we're getting some and very grateful for what we're getting, but this topic ordinarily would have standing room only in council chambers with people giving input. And we want to value all of that input, not just those who are consistent that we've heard from before, but outreach, not just sitting and waiting for it to come to us. This was not an appropriate action item to come out of a COVID update last week to council. I'm still a little bit surprised that that's how this is coming to us here. I'm very uncomfortable with that, something that is so carefully laid out and process driven that this could just in 1 week later have not just an expedited timeline, but actual public outreach that won't be happening, not just quicker, but just won't happen, particularly with the central business district. I don't believe it's a good idea to change the CBD on the fly. We have talked thoroughly about some of these, but not about all the moving pieces. We have new council members. We're in a new world now that requires us to vision Santa Barbara downtown as a holistic approach and not part of the AUD and part of that package with things that we didn't come to full consensus on. Particularly with issues of development standards, the FAR in particular, which I feel so strongly about, and the loss of open space, particularly now. I can't imagine when we will need to quarantine in the future. Again, if now these are spaces that do not have required open space, open yard space, going lot line to lot line, I feel as strong as ever, if not more strongly, about the need for that in our community. We're in a new world. I want to continue the process as it was laid out. We need to take the public outreach into account. It's really time to break this down, how we view our entire downtown. And this is one piece of it. And to expedite and rush this through without public comment and input, I think is irresponsible. And I don't really want to use strong terminology like that, but I feel very put upon in this case. The historic ordinance has just, the first draft has just gone out. How does that play into everything? We have gaping retail spaces that I'm hoping can be filled with housing. Yes, we need housing desperately. Is this the program to get us there at this point? And why the rush at this moment when we are in the middle of really revisioning and thinking about how we live in this community? I just can't say strongly enough how much I oppose changing the timeline at this point, particularly leaving out public comment in a time when it's difficult to make public comment. How are we going to talk about maps? And the way we do outreaches is people get on those maps and draw on them and talk in small groups and really give input. I welcome that input. I know my colleagues welcome that input. I don't want to assume that I already know what people will say. I just cannot support this and won't with my vote, but I had to make my comments there. Thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Friedman, you're next. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll make my comments brief. I appreciate Councilwoman Sneddon's passion on this issue. But I'd just like to remind everyone that we have a specific item that's agendized today, and that is whether or not we're going to hear part of the AUD package, mostly related to the Central Business District, in July or in September. We're not discussing AUD, we're not discussing Milpas, we're not discussing our thoughts on it, we're discussing specifically the timeline. And we're going to have outreach, we're going to have a planning commission. We had multiple hearings on this over the last 2 years. And so to say that there is no public outreach is just false. So I will say though that if we don't like the packages, any of us don't like the amendments, you can either vote them up or down, and you can do that in September. Or if we bifurcate it, you can do it in July. But either way, you're going to have an opportunity, all of us, to weigh in on these amendments, either way. The reason I'm supportive of moving up the central business district is that, yes, COVID has changed things for our downtown. And we have an opportunity to really look at the tools that we have to come out of the COVID to re-envision our downtown. And we can either process this thing to death and delay that economic recovery that we need, because our downtown is not just an economic recovery, it is a cultural recovery. So moving it up, I think, gets us to that point. So that's what we're here today to discuss, is the timeline itself. And that's all I want to discuss right now. So thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Jordan, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I can't say it much better than Mr. Friedman. All the points he said I agree with. In particular, right now, I know we'll have a very focused planning commission that are looking forward to participating in this work. These are issues that were already vetted and agreed to, have already had significant public input, both at planning commission, at city council, and at the design boards. And there were multiple public workshops in the past that gave plenty of opportunity for input before the council at that time had their straw vote and directed staff on where to pursue their resources. To me, it's about having a future vision. Do you want to have one or not? And our new world, as you want to define it, should not be paralysis. It is still time to move for all of the reasons that you just heard Mr. Friedman talk about. It is not the time to say we can't move because of those reasons. I think, again, we're not rehashing the gist of these items. We're just asking if staff can work on them in a quicker fashion and get us there for all the reasons that we see around us every day. I'll support this moving forward just as presented. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Harmon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, my council members Friedman and Jordan, excuse me, it's been a long day, expressed my position on this perfectly. I would just want to reiterate, there really has been robust public process in connection with developing these amendments. So it just, we are not forestalling all conversation related to them. And in fact, as Councilmember Friedman so well articulated, they will be coming back for discussion. So we can vote them up and down as we wish and as we believe is appropriate when they do come back to us. I also just want to say, and this is again similar to where my colleagues were on this, we talk a lot about needing structural change, needing to see structural change in light of this pandemic and to be nimble. Structural change doesn't happen by just wishing it and just willing it to be. Structural change happens when we're willing to change the structure, when we are willing to look at the processes that have not been working and actually change them in a way that's meaningful to the people that utilize those processes. To me, this is a response to the outcry from our community members that we work towards structural change and that we are responsive to their needs and to their desires so that we can all work together to facilitate really recovery from this crisis. So I very much appreciate staff bringing this expedited timeline. I know it was a lot of work to put all of the pieces of the puzzle together. I truly appreciate it. I know my constituents downtown, as well as everybody in the whole city, you know, we're looking for a revitalized downtown. And to me, this is a huge part of the conversation. And I really look forward to having it over the next few months. So I will be supporting this expedited timeline.
Well, since you have the floor, would you go ahead and make a motion? And if there's other comments, it can be to the motion. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to move the expedited timeline as proposed by staff.
And I'll second that.
Okay, thank you. I'll go ahead and make some sorry, Casey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to clarify on the motion. On the slide, we had the expedited full package going through September 29th, and then we had a downtown focused package ending on July 21st. I just wanted to confirm with the maker of the motion which of those two precisely you were moving as your motion.
The expedited downtown package.
And that would be the same for me.
So the one on the right.
Okay, that's clear. Thank you. So when Mr. Jordan first brought this up last week, I was a little bit worried about it because if there's one thing that our community struggles with is we know we need housing, but how do we get there? And one of the speakers was talking about the AUD not producing workforce housing, and I would add a clarification on that the AUD offers various densities. So there's medium, high density, and the high priority overlay. And the Housing Authority and People Self-Help Housing, nonprofit housing developers have used the formula to build capital A affordable housing. So housing for low income people, housing for frail seniors, housing for working class people. And the state is wanting us to build housing of all income levels. So even the moderate income, we need housing in that level as well, which is the level that that the AUD has given us as well. So I guess I just wanted to say that to say that the program has given us much needed housing. So if there's no other comments, we'll go ahead and take a roll call vote. Ms. Clerk, thanks.
Certainly. Madam Mayor and Council, this is a motion by Councilmember Harmon, seconded by Councilmember Jordan to approve the expedited downtown package timeline as proposed by staff. Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Snedden.
No.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
And Mayor Murillo.
Aye. Okay, so that was 6-1 with Ms. Snedden dissenting. So thank you very much. And I think if there's no other questions from staff, we'll go ahead and close this item. And we'll move on to our next item, which is number 8. Ms. Clerk?
Item 8, coronavirus update.
And I'll call on Mr. Casey to start us off on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. I think we'll keep this relatively brief since the beginning of the meeting, we covered 2 substantial items kind of related to that. And just for the public who might be tuning in late, council gave me directive to amend our emergency order to require masks to be worn in essential facilities like grocery stores and pharmacies. And the order kind of outlines the details of that. I will let council know that I signed the order already, so it is technically effective, but we need to communicate that and message it both to the businesses and the community. And as part of that messaging, we're going to shoot for a Friday, ask the community to start adhering to that by Friday, just to allow us to get the word out and spread the word. Some businesses may need to try to acquire masks for their visitors and that sort of stuff. So give you that update. 2 other quick things. We talked about it last week, but golf did officially open on Friday. Very well received by the golfing community. There are social distancing requirements. There are changes to the operations that are occurring, but you can book a tee time online and play Muni. Of course, it's looking beautiful. Same thing with tennis. Tennis, we just opened up today, also by reservation, also with some social distancing requirements and requirements of wearing masks until you get on the court, by reservation only and such. So those are just 2 new recreational amenities available to people to be done in a safe manner. You can access both of those if you just Google Santa Barbara Parks and Recreation Department. it kind of pops up right away on the main screen about how to register for those two things. And then the other update I wanted to give you, I want to invite Jason Harris, our Economic Development Manager, on board to give you a report on the Mayor's Business Action Task Force, which met. And also we had a meeting this morning with the county coming up with a countywide reopening plan. And so that's good that we're kind of forward thinking on a reopening that hopefully is coming sooner rather than later. But I'll turn it over to Mr. Harris to fill in some of the pieces of that.
Yes.
Mr. Harris.
Madam Mayor, members of the council and the public, Jason Harris, Economic Development Manager. As Mr. Casey was referencing, the Business Advisory Task Force did convene this past Friday, April 24th. All 22 members representing various businesses across business sectors, as well as a number of business organization representatives, joined city staff, went through both updates to economic development programs and assistance, provided feedback, collectively informing both a number of service organizations such as Economic Development Collaborative, Women's Economic Ventures, as to the success and challenges of those programs. We also collectively received substantive creative ideas and feedback as to suggestions how to provide assistance, how to assist in business reopening and immediate recovery. So we're beginning those processes currently. That led to a very successful opportunity to engage with the county. As Mr. Casey referenced today, the mayor and city administrator, myself, were one of a number of cities engaging with county and public health officials to speak about the county's efforts to develop a reopening strategy and plan on behalf of Santa Barbara County. They would be forwarding the county that plan on to the governor, shooting for mid-May efforts. So we will be engaging our Business Advisory Task Force members as part of that process to inform business sector preparedness, recovery efforts, and what they will need for reopening and ultimately probably a phased reopening effort on behalf of the governor. And the governor is planning to announce and is starting to establish kind of the beginnings of a phased reopening throughout the state. And so over the next probably week or two, we'll start to learn more. And we're very proactive in getting positioned and engaging businesses to understand not only what reopening will look like, but what recovery can be done from a city assistance standpoint. And so with that, I'll open up for any questions and in my remarks. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Harris. I did want to add that our Business Advisory Task Force, we were identifying some small groups that we could break up into, and those topics were marketing and events, business assistance and support, helping our businesses survive and get through this, improving city regulations and permitting. And then just as we talked about during after the recession, or actually after the Thomas Fire and the debris flow, how the city could open up its sidewalks to dining and streets to festivals. And so that was the fourth category of our small group, was how to use city parking lots, sidewalks, and streets for activities to bring people into the businesses. So of course that's when we're in recovery. But it was a very good discussion, and it was wonderful to be part of the county's discussion this morning, just of business leaders and the mayors of the different cities, and how we really are, for people who are unemployed right now or thinking that things will never get better. That's what your government officials are doing right now, working cooperatively with Governor Newsom. We will get to a place, it'll look differently, but people will get back to work, and our businesses will once again open, and we'll help them recover and thrive. So let's open to questions then. Ms. Snedden, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I had a question about, we hear a lot about, say, San Luis Obispo County and their REACH program, and how does that play into what we're doing with the county and with your task force? And then how are we getting our medical advice for the businesses locally we relying on the county, or do we have somebody medically working with the task force and with nonprofits? How does that all come together? But particularly with the reach, I keep hearing talk about this, and I was wondering how that affects us or what we might strive to do.
Mr. Harris, go ahead.
Yes, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Sneddon. So in our conversations with the county today, Santa Barbara County, that is, they have also engaged Reach, the consultant firm, who will be assisting in the development of the Santa Barbara County Economic Development Reopening Plan, as it were. And they will be shortly finalizing the San Luis Obispo reopening plan and be sharing that with Santa Barbara County and the collective officials to both evaluate and respond to. There's also recognition and discussion today how there are some differences between the two counties, and within that, differences amongst the various cities within the counties themselves. And so one could envision that the kind of county reopening plan strategy may look slightly different for those smaller cities throughout the county versus Santa Barbara city and its collective region. So that's one just general update. And then obviously the county public health director and the county public health department is directly involved in that. And then just lastly, we do have Nancy Anderson, Assistant County CEO on the Business Advisory Task Force to be that linkage and connection.
And Madam Mayor and Councilwoman Sneddon, if I could just follow up. So they have kind of a tiered approach within the county. They are, as Mr. Harris said, contracting with Reach and using the model of San Luis Obispo to apply here. So they're hoping that this could go fairly expeditiously with that as a starting point. But in that matrix, before it becomes the county public health department's reopening plan that they submit to the governor, they do have a county-wide team of public health professionals from the hospitals and from county public health who are going to be reviewing and providing that kind of detailed input, like you were saying, of how are you getting advice from the medical experts. And so there is a layer in there that the county was talking about that they have set up to do just that.
Thank you.
Any other questions for us? Okay, Mr. Harris, thank you. Oh, Oscar Gutierrez, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I have a question about process and reporting for the Business Advisory Task Force. So is it just what happens during those meetings? Is it going to be only reported out during the council committee reports, or are there going to be minutes, or are we going to have any kind of buy-in or interaction with it?
So Mr. Harris can add all of our city council members on the email that he sends to the task force summarizing what we talked about. And then, so his email would ask what's next, and then there's just like a minutes, like a summary of everything that was said. And I don't think that would break the Brown Act. Mr. Kalan, are you still there? Or Mr. Casey? It's okay if the city council members get a report back, just like all the Business Advisory Task Force. Mr. Kalan, go ahead.
Sorry, my headset died, so I was on the speaker. Unilateral communications are lawful, Madam Mayor, and as long as the council is careful not to reply to all, you can brief them via those emails.
And then Mr. Gutierrez, whatever plan that we come up with would go through our city council. We would bring a presentation back to you when we have a finished product, so to speak. But we are feeding information into the county because they're looking to turn around their plan and their request to the governor to reopen in the next 2 or 3 weeks. Did I get that right, Mr. Harris?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so pretty quick.
Okay, sounds good, just as long as we get to know what's going on. Thanks.
Sure. Ms. Gutierrez.
So on that note, I would like to ask if it's possible that when you send out those reports, do we get a chance to put some input onto these discussions? Or is that then a problem with the Brown Act?
I think that you have a direct line to me and you have a direct line to Mr. Harris as to ideas that you have for business reopening. Is that what you mean? Your input as to how to restart our economy? Yeah, please let us know.
Well, not just that, just in how to help businesses recuperate from this crisis as well, and what changes we have to do in our economic structure here in Santa Barbara to improve it.
We want all of your ideas. Go ahead.
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, let me also just add, just to give some context to the task force. So task force was principally to be an input body, sounding board, as it were, of the various business sectors, businesses and business organizations to the city to really be providing feedback and direction as to ideas and input. We're going to then be taking that as referenced earlier. We're going to form some committees to kind of flesh through, there was really a sounding board, as it were, to develop some more concepts. But ultimately, those concepts really, if they are involving programs and policies and efforts, that will be coming forward to the council for collective input and engagement and action. So this won't happen outside of the council process, as it were. And then secondly, just to reiterate, I will forward over the kind of meeting minutes. Really, it's more summary concepts. But I would encourage yourself and your colleagues on council, if you have any questions, you want to provide feedback as at least to the commentary that was being made by those task force members, please do, to just be an additional input item. And here in due course, we can kind of pull that together and look to formally have a discussion with the council. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thanks, Mr. Harris. And I had some new numbers today related to COVID-19 in Santa Barbara County. The county public health releases their numbers in late afternoon. So as of today, 4 new cases were identified in our county. We have a total of 477 confirmed cases. 39 people are hospitalized. 12 are in the intensive care unit. The death count still stands at 7, and there's 56 cases in Santa Barbara. So as usual, we will always keep a good thought for the patients, people who've recovered, people who just caught it, and the families of those who have passed away. But is there anything else on coronavirus for discussion? Otherwise, we will move on. We do have a closed session this evening. Okay, we'll go ahead and close the coronavirus update and move on to Councilmember Committee assignment reports. Or Ms. Clerk, go ahead, please.
Madam Mayor, I just wanted to confirm if there were any public speakers on the coronavirus item. But I thought there was one in the,
forgive me.
No, we do have one. Anna Marie Gott does have a comment. Okay. Ms. Gott, 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
So last week, I thought we were going to have some transparency regarding this little task force. I haven't heard of a meeting that individuals can actually get online and watch. And it's news to me that they started actually meeting last week, and that there are already minutes. And that basically means that the public is being shut out of all discussion until something ends up on the agenda. I'm really concerned about something that was mentioned, which is we're talking about closing off streets, and we're also talking about using our outdoor parking surface lots for some sort of event. I mean, I can't even imagine what kind of event someone would want to actually go to, let alone try to put on anytime soon. I mean, maybe that's something for a year from now or after a vaccine, but I don't really think that there's going to be a lot of people, especially residents, that are going to be very thrilled about having a whole bunch of tourists in town coming from one of the hot spots, which is Los Angeles in California, because that's where a lot of our tourists actually come from. So I would really recommend that we get a copy of the minutes and that we actually have a public meetings for, this particular task force. They were chosen, it appears, by about one person. There might have been some recommendations, but no one really had any opportunity to really understand who was on the task force before it was announced that these are the people and we're just going to move forward with them. Without the public even knowing about some of these things that were discussed. I think that it's a bad policy. I think that it certainly makes, these are the type of decisions that make residents more and more distrustful of what is happening at the city. And I would really urge you to, one, post meeting minutes, put everything online, including the meeting, and allow residents to be able to comment on the items and participate. And it just cannot be all about business owners that want, giveaways or property owners that want giveaways. The people that will actually be shopping here are your residents, and they should actually have input. And we cannot allow this, to basically be decided behind closed doors, especially when I sent an email to you over the weekend about air conditioning units being a possible problem with spreading the virus inside of restaurants. And that also would include heating conditioners in the summer, in the winter. So thank you.
Okay. Your time is up. Thank you. Any other public commenters, Ms. Gorman?
Madam Mayor, no public commenters. And if I may jump ahead a moment, I know we'll be going to the closed session next. If any of the public speakers that are currently on would like to speak on that item, please raise your hand now.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
So, Mr. Harris, if you're still there, we could post the meeting minutes to our business page on the city website. We didn't record the meeting that we had on Friday. We could record it and also post it for people to see. And we don't have a city council meeting next week, but Mr. Casey and I could talk about an agenda item where we did solicit public comment on economic recovery. So that's not a bad idea, and we'll make some adjustments so that people feel more included. I appreciate that. Okay, so we're moving on to Councilmember Committee assignment reports. Ms. Sneddon, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I attended Kachuma Operation and Maintenance Board meeting. It's time to be doing everything with budgets. We saw the proposed budgets. That'll come back May 18th meeting. They also received $750,000 grant funding for pursuing the secured pipeline. Also in discussion right now is the O&M contract renewal being discussed with the Bureau of Reclamation. These are sort of issues that sometimes come up for people that they want to be involved with. Jameson and Gibraltar both spilled. That's good news.
Wow.
Yeah, and inflow is still continuing. So with the emergency pumping facility, we talk about whenever we might need that. And now with the rains, the soonest that might be needed would be 2022. So that's great news. I mean, we went from, being on that thin margin to now. So lake is in clear and good conditions and doing well. That's all.
Thanks. Mr. Friedman?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I attended the Central Coast Water Authority Board of Directors, the same issues, Delta Conveyance Project, the reassignment of the contract to the county. And then also we're moving forward, gathering information on a large solar project that will reduce energy and costs for the water treatment plant. So hopefully we can get that up and going. We're gathering information, the exciting project on solar. And so for this week's version of the social distancing playlist, I have that great 80s hair band Whitesnake. Here we go again on our own.
Very good. Mr. Gutierrez, your reports, please.
Over the weekend, the Santa Barbara Youth Council had an event, and it was called the Youth Summit. And it was really great to see them come together and go through these team building and self-care workshops and exercises. And also the Way High Sister Cities is in discussion of having a joint Zoom meeting with the Way High Sister City and share our experiences of how we're dealing with the COVID-19. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. A lot of my stuff has been canceled because of the pandemic, so I don't have a report. So we'll close committee assignment reports, and Ms. Clerk, if you would read the closed session item, please.
Yes, Madam Mayor and Council, closed session is item 9, conference with labor negotiator as described in agenda item 9. And we do not have any public speakers on this item.
Okay. Then we will adjourn to closed session. Mr. Kahlon, we probably will not be reporting back. Or Mr. Casey, we probably won't be reporting back.
No, Madam Mayor, I don't expect us to be reporting back.
Okay, then we'll adjourn in.
Madam Mayor, that's correct. I'm sorry.
Okay. That's okay. And it's been a really long day. We'll adjourn in memory of people who've lost their lives in the pandemic. This meeting is adjourned.